the 1-2 punch for that is.
You're all set.
Well, guys, I had planned, oh, well, it's actually showing up now. Let's see if it's still here. They've completely updated this morning. I wanted to do an activity with you. I'm not sure if it's actually going to work at all anymore, because it looks like they removed the feature. Nope, no more whiteboard in WebEx events, apparently.
Oh, that sucks. That was nice.
Yeah, it really was. Wasn't that just great? Let's see what happens with the share file. And while I'm getting this set up, if everybody can, if you have video capabilities, please go ahead and turn those on for us this morning. It'll make the class run a lot smoother for everybody. Can. Yeah, they completed it. All right. Okay, definitely no more whiteboard this morning. So I guess we'll just start from scratch and go that way. Good morning, everybody. I'm Ben Cannon. I work in the training department here at WeGo Public. Let's see. We'll just go around. Let's just do the Brady Bunch style and just start introducing ourselves. I don't know how to say that on your windows. I'm in the top left of mine. I assume it's different. I'm going to ask Tim Hollingsworth to my right to introduce himself. Tim, please introduce yourself this morning. Hold space on the keyboard to activate the microphone like a walkie-talkie. You'll see a green box pop up.
Tim Hollingsworth, maintenance foreman over at the Nashville location.
Perfect. Tim, let go of space, and then in your participants panel, you should have a little hand icon you can raise. If you can click on that for me. And then we'll go directly to his right. Will Parsons. Will you introduce yourself for us today?
Hi, Bill Parsons.
Bill will be your host today. And to his right, Bernard. Bernard, will you introduce yourself? Please hold space to use it like a walkie-talkie.
Bernard Merrill, Chamber Staff Supervisor, Nashville location.
Ms. Tucker, can you introduce yourself this morning for us?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Kim Tucker, Director of the Training Department.
All right. Thank you, Kim. And can you raise your hand? And you as well, Bernard. After I've checked you off, raise your hand. Thank you. Mr. Vick, please introduce yourself this morning.
Chris Vick, Maintenance Training Coordinator.
Thank you, Mr. Vick. Please raise your hand afterwards. Cynthia Whitehead, please introduce yourself for us this morning. Cynthia, I think you're still on mute or we couldn't hear you. Okay, let me help you out, Cynthia.
Do you wants to leave our hands raised.
I didn't even see
I'll
what
clear it up in just a second. Please leave them raised for now, yeah.
I didn't see
Cynthia,
any.
at all. And you were unmuted. Your headset came unplugged, maybe.
My hand didn't even come up.
Who said that? I'm sorry.
No, it was Tim. I don't see a hand on my side.
Okay, Tim, give me just a second and I'll come out and double check.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. It looks like Chris is going to get you. Hey, Cynthia, I'm going to roll. I'm going to get too bogged down this morning. We'll come back to you in just a second. Miss Ransom, if you wouldn't mind.
I am Felicia Ransom, Senior Training Facilitator.
Oh, I thought he stood beside my name. I thought that's down here. So I could, oh, you already here. Yeah. Hey, turn the volume down.
Gotcha. All right. Mr. Felix, if you could go ahead and introduce yourself and raise your hand after you're done.
Hi, good morning. My name is Felix. After that, I'm with Planning Department.
Chris.
Hey, Ben, can you mute everybody?
Yeah, I'm trying. Here you go. Okay. So as you guys are seeing, if you've got your mics open and other people are talking, it starts creating a feedback. Please use the space key to treat this like a walkie-talkie. You hold it down, it'll take about a second. You'll see a green box pop up with waves, and you can start talking, let go, and you're good to go. Mr. Burgess, would you mind introducing yourself today?
Gabriel Burgess, Community Services Special Events Manager.
All right, thank you, Gabriel. In your participants panel, there should be a small hand. You can click that to raise it. Please do that. Ms. Herford, if I said that correctly, I can't remember Kim. I'm sorry.
Good morning. This is Kim Herford. You said it right. I'm the procurement manager.
Kim, if you wouldn't mind, please raise your hand. It should be in the bottom right-hand corner of your participants panel. Kim, Mr. Botha, if you wouldn't mind this morning.
Morning, Monay Botha, Training Manager.
Let's see, Mr. Roberts, if you don't mind using your walkie-talkie button to talk. I was picking up your, sounds like maybe your kitchen this morning.
Oh, I apologize.
Could you introduce yourself to us?
Richard Roberts, Facility Supervisor for all facilities.
Perfect. And Mr. Roberts, please raise your hand in that participants panel for us. Mr. Hollingsburg. Chelsea, we can't see your face this morning, but if you wouldn't mind telling us who you are, we'd appreciate it.
Hi, this is Chelsea Arvin, Scheduling Supervisor here at Nestor.
All right. Chelsea, there is a way to raise the hand on a phone, and I don't remember what it is or even how to tell you to look for it. So
I just did. Can you see it?
I don't see it.
I do. Yeah, cool. I'm going to have to ask you how to do that. Are you using an app or just dialing in?
I downloaded the app.
Oh, okay. Oh, there you go. That's probably much easier. Ebony Smith, would you mind turning on your camera for us this morning if you've got the capability and introducing yourself to the group? I'm sure a lot of people know you, but I don't. Ebony, you're unmuted, but I don't hear any sound coming from you this morning.
I'm sorry. This is Ebony.
Oh. There we go.
I do not have the video capabilities, but I am one of the care supervisors.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Ebony. I don't know if you've got the capability, but if you can, go ahead and click and raise your hand for us this morning. I'll clear all that out in a minute. Katie, are you with us? Probably going to say this wrong. Katie Fruitberg? Freudberg, maybe?
Hey, this is Katie Fredberg, Scheduling Manager.
Hey, Katie. Let's see. And finally, Mr. Jones, I met you just a week or two ago. If you could introduce yourself and then raise your hand afterwards if you have the capability. Not hearing you yet, Keith. You're unmuted. I don't hear any sound though.
Ben, sorry.
Yeah.
I just got a call from David Eiler. He needs a WebEx invite sent to him, please.
Deal. Keith, I still can't hear you, man. I imagine you're probably fiddling with it. Keith, we'll come back to you in just a second. Participant. Let's check back on Cynthia and see if she's resolved her audio issues. Cynthia, can we hear you yet? I'm not hearing Cynthia. Cynthia, are you here in the building? Are you at Myatt today, or are you down at Nestor? Nestor? Well, if you're at Myatt, I'd come right over. That's a little far for me. I can't teleport. We'll see what we can do. I'll see if I can get one of the guys down at Nestor today, but I think David's on vacation. So give me a little while and see if I can get someone to help you, okay? Let's see. As everybody has noticed this morning, audio can get a little funky on this, so I'm going to ask it either to use the space bar to communicate, hold it down for about a second, or if you want to unmute yourself, that's fine, but don't do this. Unmute. Because when other people are talking, if you unmute yourself, it's going to start being picked up by your speakers. We're all going to get it. So if you do want to pop in and ask a question, I'm going to go ahead and clear everybody's signs. See, it's going to let me.
We heard her.
I'm sorry.
Ben, I just got another phone call. Kim Langsworth also needs an invite.
Okay.
She's a supervisor as well. So Kim Langsworth and David Eiler.
I got David in, and Lunsford, Lunsford, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Kim Langsworth, she's a supervisor.
And for some reason, it's not actually letting me clear all of the things out this morning. I love it when they change stuff and I don't get time to play with it. So if everybody could go ahead and lower their hands for me as I try and figure out what they've changed. And then I guess we're pretty much ready to go unless somebody else had something to get into. Gabriel's helping Cynthia. Perfect. Thank you very much. And then...
Hey, Ben.
Hey, what's up? Hey, Keith, how's it going, man? We can hear you. Introduce yourself for us this morning.
Pretty good. Finally helped it out thanks to Ebony, but finally figured it out. Yeah, Keith Jones, Customer Care Supervisor.
Perfect. Thanks, Keith. Much appreciated. And Keith, I know you've done some of this stuff before. You probably remember you can raise and lower your hand. Everybody, if you can, if you're at your desk, I know Gabriel and Ebony both aren't, but Tim, if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and lower your hand. I'm supposed to have an option to control that, and it's not letting me this morning. They did an unannounced update over the weekend to this software, so it's a brand new world for me.
Click off to the right.
Yeah, you got it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and make Mr. Parsons our presenter. All right, Bill, you should be able to go ahead and share that. At the bottom, it should say share content, and then you'll just choose your PowerPoint. Hey, Bill, we're getting a blank screen here, man.
Looks like Brendan took host back.
Okay.
Brandon, could you also make Felicia like co-host so she can help with the panel?
Yeah, sorry about that. I just passed the host back to Ben.
Okay. Can you see the PowerPoint, Ben?
I can't. Probably need to go down to that share button again.
Okay. Let's see. So stop sharing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Share. See it now?
It's starting. Yep, there we go.
Okay. Awesome. So we good to go?
We're good to go.
Okay, awesome. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm glad to have you all here. Today we're going to talk about kind of the critical role we play as frontline supervisors in our organization because, I mean, literally, as frontline supervisors, we play probably one of the most important roles in any organization because we are responsible for translating the mission into action. And so we're going to discuss today some of the challenges of leadership. And today, I think leadership is even more challenging than ever. So we're going to discuss some of the challenges of leadership in a broad spectrum, and then also specific to your organization, some of the different challenges that you guys identify. So it's not me just constant dumping information on top of you. It's sharing, the things that you guys deal with and see every day so that we can start to kind of drill down a little bit and come up with some solutions to some of these issues so that we can make the organization run more smoothly and we can translate the ultimate mission of WeGo into action so that, our customers, our writers, the people that we serve every day see, the mission being executed and carried out. So with that said, we'll jump right in. And I'm going to give you a break in about 20 minutes so that we can get back onto a schedule of about every 50 minutes taking a break. So at about 8:50 your time, we're going to take a quick break just to get onto a schedule. If that's okay with you, Ben, is that okay?
Yes, it'll be fun, Bill.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so let's talk about why, and this is where let's talk about why did you make the decision to, particularly if you came from somewhere in the organization and then moved into management, what are some of the reasons some of you got into management? These are some of the positive reasons that I listed when I moved from labor into management in the different organizations that I've worked in, the police department, at the college that I taught at, to make a difference in the organization. A lot of times I saw people getting promoted and I thought, man, how did that person get into management? They don't seem to have the skills or the desire or some of the traits that I thought great managers should or would have. So I thought I needed to kind of, instead of complaining about it, I needed to get into it to make some of those differences, to provide better service to the customers that we served. I wanted to be able to impact the organization in a greater way than just as an employee, for my own personal growth, to challenge myself, to push myself out of my comfort zone, and then to utilize, some of the talents that I thought I had to create positive change. So these are some of the ones I saw as positive reasons why I wanted to move into leadership in my organization and ultimately grow to different levels. What are some of the reasons you guys got into leadership, and what are some of the reasons you think other people get into leadership? I mean, because I did see, there are some reasons I saw anyway that I thought people got into leadership for some of the wrong reasons. So with that being said, let's have a little discussion about that. So why did you get into leadership? Why do you think some other people get into leadership? And then we're going to start discussing some of the challenges that we have as leaders, in a general sense, plus organizationally. And then, now today, leading is even more complex and complicated than I think than it ever was. So what are some of the reasons you guys got into leadership in your organization? What made you make that decision? And Ben, I can't see the participants, so I can't call on anybody. So
go ahead, Kim. Okay, so I decided to get into leadership because I understood the direction of where my supervisor wanted our department to go in, and being that I understood the direction, I felt that I had the capabilities of making it happen. I knew that I have the experience to help us move forward, and also for personal growth, and also just to help out my family as well.
Well, sure, right? And I think, and I'm sure you guys have seen it, I've seen it, where you look at somebody in the organization and go, man, that person would be great in leadership, but a lot of times they don't want to take on those responsibilities because leadership isn't easy. It's difficult. You get challenged. You got to do things sometimes you don't want to do. But identifying that you have the skill sets and the desire to go lead, I mean, those are critical components that a lot of people step back away from, and it takes somebody kind of brave to step out there and say, I'm gonna take the point position and lead. So congratulations. Those are all great reasons to go into leadership. And I think that's fantastic. You knew what the mission was and you thought, hey, I have something to add to this. I can contribute to the mission. That's cool. Anybody else? Because if the spirit don't move you, Ben will.
I'll hop in. I got into management because I had the worst boss I've ever had in my life at 22 years old.
Oh, yeah, this is a great story. So, yeah, tell
my first job out of college, I got pulled into my boss's office on my day off when I was picking up a paycheck, and I was chewed out for about an hour and a half on my day off for a mistake I didn't make. That happened on a day I wasn't in the office, and it was also in a section I didn't even have control over. It would have been something I ever worked on, but I got an hour and a half butt chewing over it. So that was kind of my decision at 22. I was like, I can do better than this.
Right. If he can do it, I can do it, right? I mean, anybody can do. So how many of you actually got into leadership because you saw how bad leadership was at where, in some of the places you worked at before, or you saw opportunities where you think, man, I can do this better than this. And, I think a lot of times, particularly in labor, we tend to complain about management a lot, but we don't want to step up and be management because it can be challenging and tough. But, man, sometimes the cream doesn't rise to the top because a lot of us don't take the responsibility and say, I'm going to step up and get into leadership. So we tend to let some folks who they're just the ones that are left end up in leadership sometimes. And then, we all have to suffer like Ben did with a manager or a leader or a supervisor who just really shouldn't be there. And if Ben ever gets to tell you the rest of this story, it's a great story because I think if I remember right, Ben, even after he realized he was wrong, he still didn't admit or acknowledge that.
Oh, he doubled down, and then we had to get into it again in HR when I charged him overtime for it. So, and it was one of those deals where the HR manager was like, you did what? No, Ben, go ahead and go back to your seat and shut the door behind you. We have to have a discussion.
Right. So I think one of the negative things that tends to show up in leadership sometimes is people who are very narcissistic end up in those positions. And that with that personality trait, they lack the ability to have self-awareness and to be able to admit when they've made a mistake. Because if you have a leader who says, I screwed that up, I didn't understand, whatever, I think we all have the ability to forgive them and okay, this is somebody who can grow, where if they never want to admit their mistake or they, like you said, double down on it, then it makes the situation way worse than it was before. And now, there's no transparency. You've lost trust with this person because even when they know they're wrong, they're not willing to admit they're wrong. And so kind of where do you go from there with that leader? Anybody else have anything they want to add to why they got into management or leadership in the organization? Because I know you didn't accidentally find yourself in leadership one day, right? You didn't stumble into the room and they made you a manager. So that you had to make a choice to get there. So, Ben, I can't see the participants' names, so I can't really call on anybody. But if the spirit moves you, you can pick on somebody because I want them to get used to engaging here today.
David's got his hand up, but he's still under an attendee.
Mr. Eiler, why don't you unmute yourself and tell us why you got into management?
I can't talk to him. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, David, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I've been having mute problems and phone problems. At any rate, my first thing that I got into was when I initially came here, we had some great supervisors that were very helpful. And as an operator, that made a great big difference for me. And so then when I was there, I decided, I think I would like to try and get in and help out as well. And I felt that I could bring a lot to the table with some of my experiences and background in other places that I've worked. And so that's what I wanted to try and do. And that's what I did. I volunteered to become a part of supervision here, and I enjoyed it.
Well, that's cool. So essentially, that's you're sort of almost kind of paying it forward or giving back. You had great supervisors that helped you grow, so you thought, man, I want to do that for other people.
Correct. That's
right. So so those are all really good reasons to get into supervision. Now, I want you to think about what are some of the things that as supervisors, it's almost like when you're a kid, you're going up to your parents and you say, I'm never going to treat my kids that way. What are some of the things that we want to commit to that, we've either seen done or we have had done to us, like with Ben's case where, the supervisor didn't do his homework, just wanted somebody to blame and to scream at. What are some of the things we can make sure that we never do or try to mitigate so they don't happen, because they do drive a wedge between labor and management and actually push people away from carrying out the mission as opposed to having a desire to execute the mission.
Kim's got her hand raised. Kim, go ahead and jump in for us.
I think it's important to show your appreciation of your employees.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think if you always pointing out the negatives and not building the employee up, that would drive a wedge, and it would just continue to have the employee to just continue to spiral down instead of moving forward and staying encouraged to do better. So I think if we continue to encourage the employees and show them where they are doing good instead of what they're always doing wrong, it would help.
Right. If the only time we talk to our manager or supervisor, or only time we see them is when we made a mistake,
right.
Whenever they see the supervisor on the platform, everybody's going, uh-oh, who's in trouble now? Right. That's a bad thing because, they should be seeing you way more often than that. And acknowledgement doesn't have to come in the form of anything formal. It can just be, as you're casually walking through going, man, I saw you do your safety check there. Fantastic job. I really appreciate you putting that kind of effort into what you do every day. It doesn't have to be huge stuff, right? It's just letting them know we see when they do good stuff or when they just do their normal job well, right? And I agree. It's just like with a child, right? If you tell somebody that they're no good or they're not doing things well all the time or they're stupid, eventually they begin to believe that. And then they begin to go, okay, if that's what you see me as, that's how I'm going to behave, right? Because if that's the label you put on me, well, that's because, and people begin to accept those labels if they've heard it enough from anybody, So, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Catching people doing things well and acknowledging and appreciating that. And I think there should be, on top of informal ways, there should be codified formal ways where we acknowledge them. And that's something we're going to talk about a little later, but acknowledging employees, catching them doing stuff well, seeing their supervisor more often than just when there's a problem, that is very important, because that's how you get to build that relationship with them. And now they want to do a good job for you because they know you appreciate that. And you not only see it, but you acknowledge it. I think that's a critical thing. Absolutely. Anybody else anything to add?
One of the things I want to bring up, I know that Kim Lunsford's trying to answer up as well, but she's still an attendee.
Yeah, I'm trying to get her to promote with. Kim, if you can hear me, you may need to exit and then log back in, because it's not recognizing you for some reason. It's not giving me any control over your account.
She said, okay.
Yeah, Kimberly. Hey, Kimberly, I'm going to call you, okay?
Did you have something you wanted to add also, Dave?
I've got a lot to say, but I was looking forward to
Okay.
from some of our other peers that are available. Give them an opportunity to speak as well.
Oh, yes. Well, if I can't get them to speak, I'm going to have Ben just pick them out.
Yeah, you know me. I'm going to open my mouth.
Hey, you know what? That's how you get things done. Because if somebody else doesn't want to, if you're thinking it, somebody else is thinking it, right? Which is absolutely true. But we're going to motivate people to get engaged.
No, I understand.
Well, Dave, why don't you share at least a couple things while Ben's trying to get her unmuted.
Well, I was going to, but she's in the room with me, and so they can hear everything that you guys are talking about. So I was trying to avoid that.
Okay. All right.
But one of the things that I like, it's kind of like what you said before. When I was trying to work in other places in supervision, I've had supervisors who were just totally doing things what I thought was wrong or inappropriate or different, and I knew I wouldn't want to be treated that way, constantly being put down and nothing you would do was ever any good. And they were just trying to, they were just using power, or what they thought they had as power, to try and control people. And you can't control out of fear. You know, part of the whole purpose of supervision and managing is getting people to work with you to a common goal without having to horsewhip them into position or put bits in their mouths to guide them.
Right.
And that's part of the things that I enjoy is trying to find ways to assist others in seeing the same vision I have, which would be going along the same path as the vision of the company or the organization that I'm working for or with.
Right. Right. There's no doubt. I mean, you can intimidate or pressure people into doing their job to a certain point, but they're going to do the bare minimum they have to do to get by. And the second you're not watching them anymore, then they're not going to do anything at all, or they're going to actually sometimes actively work against your mission because, you have not created that kind of trust and rapport, teamwork, esprit de corps that you're trying to get. If you can get everybody on the same page and they realize that, your goal is the company's goal, which helps everybody, and you're finding different ways to motivate each one of them in a positive way, right now you can walk away and know that your team is out there doing the right thing because they have a desire to do that, not because they're afraid they're going to get in trouble later. Because you can only rule that way for so long before people get fatigued, and eventually they're going to rebel against you, right? Or they'll absolutely work against the mission and you, and undermine you at every opportunity. And we've all worked for supervisors like that. I know I've worked for more than my share, where they thought, I'm the boss and you're going to, and they would literally find ways or reasons to kind of discipline you or whatever to let you know they're in charge. Okay, like I didn't already know that, right? I mean, I know you're my boss. But, for most people, that just pushes them away from production because they're literally just going to, in a lot of ways, I'm not going to take the risk of making any decisions because I don't want to get in trouble, because I know that's all you're going to see is you screwed up. You're going to get in trouble for that. So now, anytime I'm outside the box, I'm just going to defer back to, I got to ask my manager instead of being able to think for myself. There's so many downsides to trying to force people into behavior. It only works for so long, and it's ineffective. Even when it does work, it's not the most effective way. I mean, they end up working against you. So I totally agree. You can't get people to do things by fear. It's just not a great tool.
No, it's not. And when you're trying to work on getting a certain thing accomplished, a mission accomplished, whatever it may be, it gets real frustrating as a supervisor when you see some of the simple things that need to be done, but you're not conveying that in a way that the others are understanding either, one, the importance of it, or two, how it impacts the entire organization as well as them.
Right.
It's a necessity.
Right. Plus, if you've got them working with you in this positive way, they will spot those opportunities to do those small things which feed into the larger mission. They don't have to be told to do them. They'll do them. It's like, growing up in the Midwest, there's a saying in the Midwest that if you left the barn gate open, shut the barn gate. If you didn't leave the barn gate open, shut the barn gate, right? It should never come out of somebody's mouth and say, that's not my job. Maybe that isn't necessarily my specific task, but at least I can bring it to someone's attention who it is, or it's probably something, even if it's not my job, I can at least do to some degree. And it's just small things, because those small things are the things that add up to the big picture. When we're not doing the little things, the big things fall apart. When we're doing the little things, the big things tend to take care of themselves because it feeds, and it just all feeds itself. So that's absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That's critical to the organization. But if they're being forced to do things, or if they're being intimidated, or they're going to get in trouble, everything they don't have to do, they're not going to do. They're going to leave the gate open because, I didn't leave it. I'm not the one who left it open. Not my job to close it, right? And technically they're right. It's not, but it's everybody's job to close the gate, right? And that's what we want to get to, that place where they want to shut the gate because they know it's the right thing to do. So I'm going to tell you what, we're going to take a 10-minute break right now so we can get back onto the hour, if that's okay, Ben. Okay, so 10 minutes.
And Bill, I'm going to play with these share settings a little bit. They updated this stuff. Yeah, I told you. They updated all this late Friday. So
No, I understand. It's totally cool. So whatever.
I think this is a perfect example, Ben, of when you think you know what you're doing and you didn't. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way, Ben.
No, it is true. Hey, man, I was hot stuff last time we did this, and look at me now. Look how far I've fallen. Last time we were like, oh, it went so great. Ben did such a good job. And now look at us. Look how far we've fallen.
I want to get off my phone and I want to get back on my computer. Do you think I can do that?
I think you can. That shouldn't be a problem. That link I sent is still active. Now, and I've already forgotten her name. Is it Kimberly? Her laptop is not recognizing any of the audio visual equipment, so I think she'll have to talk through you, David, if that makes sense.
Okay, we'll do that. Cool. We'll do that.
Hey, David.
Yeah.
Is Byron on?
I haven't heard from him. Let me check on him, see where he's at. Did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Anthony in there with you?
Ben, are you still there? Cynthia, you're not coming through.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Cynthia, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
We're back in business. How dare they quieten you?
Woo! Yeah. I probably wanted to keep me muted.
No, you're going to provide the endless amounts of entertainment we need to get through the day.
All right.
All right, great. I'm glad you were working there for a second and then you lost it. I wasn't sure what happened.
I'm glad it's not all me.
I'm good to go now.
Hey, Richard, you get banned to the porch?
My dog started barking a lot, so I had to come out, bring him out here.
Hey, that's a great thing from working from home, right?
Well, if I didn't work from home during this training today and tomorrow, I would be interrupted so many times that I'd be gone away from the video too much.
Oh, no, I understand. I mean, that's kind of the benefit of it almost.
And it's so nice out this morning, so I'll just come out here and chillax a minute while I'm doing this.
Enjoy.
Miss Cynthia, did you get your microphone working again? I think I saw Gabriel come in to help you.
Yes, I'm good to go.
So watch out, world.
Y'all in trouble now.
I must say you look very executive this morning with the executive background.
Hey, I had a couple to choose from, but I figured that one was the best one for me. Actually, my lights was out in my office. I ain't want y'all to see me sitting in the dark. They just fixed them.
Yeah, Executive. That's exactly right.
The big head? My Lord, don't do it.
What? What'd you say, Richard?
I was telling Ben to don't give you the big head.
Don't make me read out some of your texts this morning.
What me?
Hey, Kim, I don't know if you're still around. It looks like they have completely disabled the whiteboard function in WebEx events with this new update. And I'm trying to figure out if that's something the city did or if Cisco just got rid of it. Do you know?
I don't know offhand. We may have to circle back around with Metro IT and then just kind of get some clarity on that, or if we're in a position to move to WebEx training, which would be phenomenal. So,
okay, I'm going to go ahead and email them and just see if they happen to know.
Also, in the meantime, Kim is back up, but she's not able to talk to you.
See you. I'm here.
Cool. So you'll be her voice. You'll be the Sphinx when Kim needs to talk. Then would that be right?
Ask him, can he unmute her?
Can you unmute her? Because it's saying the host has her muted.
Let me see. Aha! I think we got it. Hold on, Kimberly. All right, Kimberly, try and say something for us.
How are you doing?
Here we go.
I'm 2 for 2. Okay, now how do I mute it back?
There'll be a little button right there. I can also do it manually for you. I'm doing it right now. Should be bottom left of your screen. It'll be red right now.
She found it. Now, if I can figure out how to turn it on and off for her and Cynthia, I'll be.
Watch it, David. This is how you get yourself in trouble.
David stays in trouble.
I live in that world.
Hey,
I heard what you said.
If you don't mind, let's see if we can get your video running. Right next to your mute button should say have a button that says Start Video. Click that for me if you don't mind.
You know, Ben, losing the whiteboard seems like a downgrade, not an upgrade. I mean, that was such a cool function. I really like that.
I've literally spent like the last couple of weeks dreaming up ways to use it better in the daily classes.
Then they take it away.
And now they've taken it away. I'm like, well, okay.
It sounds like something Microsoft would do. I learned the tool, and then they take it away.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, Kim and Cynthia are both online.
Cool. And I think everybody's basically back at their seats. Bill, you should have presenter controls again. You can share your PowerPoint again just like you did before.
Okay. All right, there. Everybody, can you see it?
Still loading. There it goes.
Okay. Okay, awesome. So let's move on to the next slide. So I want to talk about what are some of the obstacles to moving from labor to management, you know, especially for anybody who's new into this. And those of you who've been here a while, maybe share some of the road bumps you hit when you made that first transition, whether it was here at WeGo or anywhere else. And then the next thing, in a broader context, what are just some of the challenges to being a frontline supervisor, and maybe, in broad context, but then also some of the newer challenges that are being presented to you that you're kind of seeing, so we can kind of discuss, what some of the obstacles are moving from labor to management. So some of the newer people, those who've been doing it a while, you can kind of help them make that transition, kind of miss some of those speed bumps. And then let's discuss some of the broader context, some of the stuff we're seeing in leadership that makes it pretty challenging to be in supervision, and some of the things some of you guys are doing to, mitigate some of that or manage it more effectively. So, what are some, for me, these are some of the things I put down. When I moved from being boots on the ground to supervising, I was starting to supervise some of the people I used to actually work with, that were friends, peers. I don't know how WeGo does it, but there was a lack of training. I kind of got promoted on a Friday, and on Monday I was given a new assignment and said, hey, go supervise these people, right? And they didn't really give me a lot of transition time, a lot of coaching, and very little training. The training I did get was kind of confined to, here's how you write up an employee. That was really the crux of my supervisor training. When somebody does something wrong, here's how you write them up. And now that I look back 20 years, I think, man, what lack of training. Almost everything I picked up over the years was as a result of experience or seeing good supervisors do their job well and trying to kind of pick up some of those skill sets and watching the bad ones. And my experience was I got to experience a lot of bad even when I was in supervision, I saw a lot of bad supervision. And I thought, you know what, I'm never going to do it that way. That was just a catastrophe for everybody. So, I learned from both sides, but I think there was just a lack of training. And I still think in a lot of, when people get promoted from labor into management, there's still a lack in most places of some kind of formalized training process, and then a coaching or mentoring process that follows that up for several months to help make that transition more effective and smooth. The job was a little different than I expected it to be, without a doubt. And then, one of the things you realize as a supervisor is you have to lead by example. That's really the only way to lead, is by example. So you are a role model all the time for your employees, and they are watching you all the time. And anytime there's an incongruency between what you say and what you do, or what you expect them to do and what you're doing, even if in your mind you think, okay, I'm doing everything right, I'm doing in my mind, but a lot of times what they're perceiving, what the people you're supervising are perceiving, is very different, and that's a lack of sort of awareness. And that's where having some transparency and open door policy, being able to communicate with your employees, respectfully, but knowing that, hey, one of the things I learned very quickly was that when I went to a new position, I told them what I expected of them, and I told them what they could expect from me. And if I didn't fulfill the promises I had made, or I wasn't fulfilling them, I gave them the ability, the authority, the autonomy to come to me in a respectful way and say, hey, you're not holding your end of the bargain up. And that's being self-aware enough not to get defensive and to admit, okay, maybe I thought I was doing it right, but the way my employees were perceiving it was different than the way I thought I was being perceived. So that's sort of the obstacles I saw in transitioning from the labor side of the house over to frontline supervision and then up into the command staff. But, it was, like everybody else, like I said, with a lack of training, there were a lot of bumps along the road, and I learned a lot of lessons the hard way, where had I had some training and maybe a really good mentor, supervisor, to steward me through some of these processes, I wouldn't have had to go through some of those obstacles. So with that in mind, what do you guys see as some of the obstacles transitioning from labor to management? And then what are just some of the general obstacles or, challenges that we face as frontline supervisors today?
We've already got Richard.
Okay, we got two hands.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Monet and Richard.
Okay, you said it perfect. The biggest thing when I came from being an hourly employee to supervision was the trust factor from the guys and on the management side. There's a fine line there that you have to walk. You have to keep your trust with your guys, and then you've also got to communicate with your guys and they know that you have their back.
Right, absolutely.
And yes. You're sort of caught in the middle if you try to balance that.
We are.
Because, some people want to come in, and like you were stating earlier, come in gung-ho, rule with an iron fist, sort of say, but you can't do that with people. You've got to gain their trust. And if you gain their trust, they're going to go out of their way to do the things that you need done. And then at the end of the day, everything is completed. Everything you've asked is done. I sort of tell the people that I work for, like, you know what? Don't ask me how I got there. Tell me the end result you want. I will achieve that.
Right.
Then upper management, in my mind, can't micromanage that process, because once you do, you start undercutting and undermining the trust factor on both sides.
Well, absolutely, because and you're right, we are, as frontline supervisors, we are caught in the middle. We get the information from above us that says this is the mission, this is what we want done. You've got to translate that over to your employees, right, the people you're supervising, to get that mission done. And you're right, there's got to be trust on both ends, right? Management above you has to trust you to carry out the mission. They can't be over your shoulder all the time telling you how to do it, because if that's what they got to do, or that's what they feel they got to do, well, then obviously they don't trust you to manage. And that's certainly how you would feel. Same for the folks you're supervising. It's part of human nature to resist change. Anytime change comes to an organization, a situation, a relationship, anything, we tend to resist it. Even if in many ways I can present the change as positive, right? This is good. This is good for everybody. I mean, and even if they'll acknowledge that the change is a good one, there's a certain amount of inertia that we just like doing things the way we've always done them, even if they don't work as well. So change has to be implemented incrementally to folks. So when a new supervisor comes in and they want to put their stamp on their division or their organization, right? They want to come in and they want to change everything. You're immediately going to get resistance from people, because that's not human nature. We got to sort of lead them slowly there. And the only way to do that is to have trust with them. If they trust you and you trust them, right? If you have that level of relationship, I know I can say, this is what needs to be done. And I know they're going to go out and do it. And I don't have to be looking over their shoulder all the time, because if that's what we got to do, then it's keeping us from really doing the leading part of the job. When we're doing that, we're managing people, right? And the difference between management and leadership is this. Managing is me handing you something and saying, don't make any changes, run this exactly this way. Leadership is seeing opportunity to make things run better and to grow not only yourself, but every member of your team to almost be individual leaders themselves, right? And that's all comes down to trust.
You're exactly correct. And what you just said a second ago hit it spot on, because when you come from that side to management side, you have more of an insight than somebody coming from the outside into an organization. You have basically two legs up, because you have been behind those closed door meetings, especially with our union. You have heard the concerns, you have heard the voices, and then now you're on this side, you sort of hear the same thing from that side. Right. So now you can be the one to sort of try to bring them together if people will cooperate and listen. That's a big if nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, and you're right. That's sort of what we're doing in frontline supervision, is we're acting as mediators, right? We're mediating between upper management and labor. And we're trying to get those two to see that in the end, they kind of want the same things. A lot of times they're just saying it in different ways. right? So how do we bring them together? But you're right. The number one key to being able to do that is getting people to listen in a non-emotional way, right? Because the second their emotions get engaged, things tend to go off the rails. I was working with another organization several years ago, and I was trying to help them create sort of their leadership pipeline, and they had some fairly serious labor management distrust. So finally, we brought them sort of all. I had listened to both sides, and I realized that both sides, were holding on to issues and challenges, grudges about people and situations that were no longer viable, right? The labor side of the house was really upset about all these things that management had done in the past. Well, none of the managers that they were talking about were still there. They were all gone. Some of them were dead, right? But they were still holding on to that. Well, this is what management did in the past, and this is what they've done in the past. And I finally asked, I said, so are any of those people currently on the leadership team? Well, no. Okay, so at what point do we let that stuff go and begin to start fresh? And management was kind of doing some of the same stuff. They were upset about some labor issues that had occurred years earlier, and none of those people were even part of the union anymore. Most of them had retired or had died. So they were holding on to grudges about situations that none of the people even involved really had participated in or even part of anymore. And that's where we got to say, listen, right, we all kind of want the same things. How do we bring each other together and mediate that out? And it's sometimes just getting people to listen long enough to understand we want the same outcomes.
Hey, Mr. Bill Mornay had his hand up, and Kim. One time, Katie and Cynthia did as well. So we'll let Mornay go next.
Okay.
Thank you, Richard.
All right. So when I joined the company about 6.5 years ago, I came in as a supervisor. And I immediately noticed that although I've been straight put into training, that was on-the-job training, there was no real leadership course in the company, no leadership, those type of training.
Right.
And I think that was a shortcoming for the company for some time. After I left supervision and went to training, I started creating classes in that specifically. So right now, the company is going towards more leadership training. We have even the Leadership Academy.
Oh, awesome.
But I still feel there's a lot of room for improvement in the leadership training we present for new supervisors in the company is developing as time goes on. But there will be surely, there's always room for improvement. If I think back in the military, when we had to get promoted, we were on a leadership course for 2 to 3 months. Now, I know a company with us, our company can't put supervisors in a course for 3 months. They take them away from their job. No company can afford that. So it should be a balance between on-the-job training and like workshops in between.
Right, so you could make it could be several months long. It just would be something that's spaced out over a period of time.
Yeah, so it can take 2 or 3 or 4 months long, depends on. I just started to work with Mr. Eiler last week where we, especially for the supervisors, can build a program for them, which is currently running. It's just a way to more control it and to have it in a place where they can actually go through a process of finishing off a topic and then do a test and sign off on it. But in that same process, we also need to add a couple of blocks of leadership, especially leadership skills, leadership training, communication training, that will develop from level 1 to a level 2 to a level 3 to a level 4 and so on. So that's something we can still build on, which will help the company a lot.
Yeah, and I think communication as we move forward today, one of the things that tends to be a challenge for most organizations is communication, right? How we present material to people, how we say the things we, asking instead of telling. I mean, they know that they've ultimately, at the end of the day, got to do what they're, what supervision wants them to do, but it's the way we present the material so that we can get buy-in. They can feel invested in it. They can feel like they're part of the solution, part of even maybe coming up with the idea, as opposed to this being just kind of force-fed to them. And so when managers learn to get their teams, wanting to invest their ideas, their thoughts, their processes, and engage, then they feel like it's sort of their idea, right? And that's really, as great leaders, when they see us communicating like that all the time to everyone, they can see that we're invested not only in the company, but in them individually. And so if you break down that leadership pipeline, one of the first courses I went through was what's called PELC, Police Executive Leadership Conference. And it's a 6-month program. But, I'm not gone 6 months. I go for periods of time, get some training. They give me some things to do, some assignments, usually involve writing and some research. And I'd come back and I'd present that material. And it was a growth process. Yeah. So when they're done with that leadership academy, I mean, they should really have there should be a transition where they can look back and see, man, I've grown, I've changed, I've grown into this job, and they should really feel like they've accomplished something here. Because it should be difficult, right? So they know and feel that they've accomplished something, and then that really needs to be recognized, at a very high level. Because ultimately the goal for upper management would be to be growing leaders all the time, right? And part of being a great frontline supervisor is helping to grow your team into individual leaders. You start to put them on tracks, like, I'm growing these people, so we're putting them into the pipeline too. So we're never at a lack for supervision. We're never at a lack for talent. We're growing our talent. We're bringing them in. We're grooming them. We're giving them the skill sets. We're creating the transparency and the trust. We're letting them make some mistakes because that's part of leadership, right? And then they grow with those mistakes. We don't necessarily punish them for them. It's an opportunity. It's like the guy who invented the sticky note, right? I don't know if you know the story or not, but 3M was trying to create a permanent glue. They were trying to create a permanent glue, and they'd spent $10 million trying to come up with this permanent glue. And it ended up being exactly the opposite. It ended up being a temporary glue. So the guy who was in lead of this operation, the team leader, the supervisor over this whole experiment, came in with his resignation to the boss of 3M and said, "I'm sure you want my resignation." And the boss stepped back and said, "We just spent $10 million educating you. Why would I want your resignation?" Right? Learn from this experience, get my $10 million back, right? So they figured a way to make lemons out of lemonade, essentially. So, we got to know people are going to make mistakes. That's part of growth. So that's when we're teaching them this. But if we don't give them any training, any guidance, right, any mentoring, put them into a leadership position, man, the screw-ups they could make could be catastrophic, very expensive, and very bad. So we at least got to give them, some beginning stuff, a couple days, 3 or 4 days, then put them into a mentoring program with somebody we know. This is a good supervisor. This person's doing the job the way we want it done, and they're helping them steward through those big mistakes. And then they come back for a period of time and get a little bit more training and a little more and a little more and a little more. And of course, your leadership training program is going to morph as the years go on because people change, dynamics change, so it's even your leadership training is going to constantly change and get more and more kind of dialed in to what it is you're looking for. So everything is a process of experimentation. But we gotta give them some skill sets walking in the door. And it can't just be, here's how you discipline people. That's not a great place to start from, right? Because if that's already the attitude labor has about management, and then the only thing I'm teaching them is over 2 days, because that's what they taught me. First two days of my training was, here's how you discipline somebody. And I'm thinking that's what supervision is. Catching people doing things wrong and getting them in trouble, right? And as I grew in leadership, I realized that's exactly the opposite of what it should be. Me disciplining employees should be a rare occurrence, not a common one, right? And that really does fall back on the leadership doing it. I mean, of course, we're going to have employees who are always going to push the boundaries and test us a little bit, but most of them don't. If you think about employees on a continuum, you got 20% over here that are superstars. You got 60% in the middle who show up and do pretty much what we expect them to do. And then on this end, you got 20% who they are finding ways to get into trouble, right? And as leaders, where do we spend the bulk of our time? On which group? The 20% over here, the 60% in the middle, or the 20% on this side? Where do we spend the bulk of our energy?
Yeah, most of the time, you're going to spend a lot of your energy on that 20% weaklings, the ones that's trying to make
exactly. And here's the problem with that, right? Because we're spending the bulk of our time putting out fires and dealing with this 20% all the time, we tend to ignore the other 80%. And those superstars over here, these 20% that are superstars, those are the ones we start looking to move into the management pipeline. The 60% in the middle, those folks are open and ripe to be transitioned into superstars.
Yes.
Because they're showing up, they're doing pretty much what we ask. They're not pushing back. They're participating, but it's just it's at a little lower level. They can be moved over to this superstar category pretty easily if we just give them some attention. But if you got these folks showing up to work every day and doing their job and participating, they're not the greatest employee you got, but they're pretty good and they don't cause you any trouble, and we ignore those people, which side of the spectrum do you tend to think they're going to slide over to?
They're going to slide to the bottom side.
Well, sure they are, because here's what's going to happen in their mind. They're going to go, you know what? I show up every day and do my job, and I'm causing any problems, and I don't get any acknowledgement. It's like earlier, when the lady I was talking to a little earlier, she said, it's showing appreciation, showing acknowledgement, getting out there and engaging with those people, letting them know we see them showing up every day, because they're the workhorses that get the job done every day. But we tend to ignore those, and we're spending all of our energy over here. And of the 20% of the folks that are on this end of the spectrum, can we salvage some of those people?
It's possible.
Yes, some. But there are some on this end of the spectrum, that's where they want to be.
Exactly.
And they don't want to change.
I saw that in my career so far. You always have that one or two. Depends on the size of the department.
Right. It depends on the size of the organization. Sure.
Yes, big group. So, and I've noticed as well that on that side, you spend time with them. You may be able to collect one or two to get to change their minds, but the majority of them, if they made up their mind, that's what they want to do, and that's how they want to be. No amount of motivation will help you to get them to change their mind.
Right, because they're kind of set in their way. So at this point, we're going to come to them, put our arm around them, and say, "Hey, we want you to be successful here. We want you to have a great career here. But these are the things we expect and we need you to be doing." Right, and now we begin our documentation process, because if we're wasting a lot of energy trying to salvage people who don't want to be they don't want to participate. They don't want to be salvaged. We are ignoring 80% of our workforce, which do. And it's amazing, this 60% over here in the middle, I mean, they can make exponential change. They can impact the organization in really remarkable ways, but we tend to spend a lot of our time over here putting out fires. So what we got to do is, deal with what we have to over here, try to transition these people and let them know we care, let them know we want them to be successful. But if they refuse to do that, then we just start the process of either getting them gone or having them self-select to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And then we start focusing the bulk of our energy on the talent that we know we can develop. What percentage of organizations do you think do it this way?
Oh, very low.
Right, 20%.
Yep.
There's a great book all of you should get and read. If you haven't read it, you should get it and read it. It's by Jim Collins. It's called Good to Great. And it's all about how to take an organization that's pretty good and move them over to greatness. And it's all about identifying that talent that you have and helping them, take that talent and grow it, become leaders. Then the transparency, the trust, it's all there. And man, we're growing. And here's what happens to the 20% over here. They no longer have the impact they used to have because this 80%, they're all working together because they have a passion for what they do. They can identify that the management team is on their side. They're helping them grow, not only as employees, but as human beings and as people. These people begin to they don't want to be part of your organization anymore because they can't pollute it with the poison that they carry. Because now this 80% going, don't want to hear that, right? You know what? That's not what if that's what you think, you can think that. But now all of a sudden they're no longer having the sway they used to have. And it's a process. It takes time, but we can begin to grow that pipeline. And now we have an entire organization of leaders as opposed to just everybody being a follower. At every level, we're trying to grow leadership. This is where that training comes in and where acknowledgement, appreciation, transparency, and trust, they all work together holistically to create the kind of organization that not only people don't leave, they want to stay, and you begin to attract a certain kind of talent because the word gets out, man, this is an awesome place to work. Because people don't just come to jobs for money or benefits. They want more out of life and their work than that because you spend 8, 10, 12 hours a day at work, right? That's a big part of our lives. We want to know in the end that what we're doing makes a difference. And when they come to organizations where people are filled with energy and passion, right, excitement, man, you got to beat people away to keep them from coming. And here's the thing. With millennials, this stuff is more important for the millennials than it is for any other group. They want to come to places they know make a difference.
Hey, Bill, we had a couple of hands go up and go down. I will check with these people and see if they still want to make a comment. Kim Harper, did you still want to make a comment?
I think I remember what I was going to say.
Well, yeah, I mean, the whole idea of appreciation and acknowledgement, that's a key piece. So.
No, one of my biggest obstacles was, I think you said it when you first started it, was going from being a peer to being a manager and trying to gain the respect from my peers, who once was my peers, trying to gain their respect as a manager. And then also another challenge for me was seeing them in a different light.
Yes.
So being a peer, everything they did was right, or, you really didn't pay attention to the details of their work ethics. But then when I became a manager, now I really had to pay attention to their work ethics, which I wasn't aware of at first. So having to coach them through some of the downfalls was pretty difficult for me.
So let me ask you a question. So going from being a peer with these folks, friends with them, on the same level, and then now you're supervising some of the very same people you used to hang out with, complaining about the organization. You're right, you didn't notice their lack of work because that really wasn't what you were focusing on.
No.
So now that you're having to do that, what are some of the things you had to do what did you do to make that transition? I'm sure, because for me it was a little bumpy too, because I'm having to call in people I used to work with and say, hey man, you're not doing your job. Right?
Yep.
So what are some of the stuff you had to do that make that easier for you, or what did you learn in the process?
Well, I learned how to document right away.
Right.
Yeah, and so some just fell into that 20% that you was talking about. They just didn't want to make that transition. You
Right.
know, we had expectations of this person to get into a different role, but they just didn't see what we were trying to get them to do. So,
Right. Or they did see it and just were going to resist.
Yeah.
Did you get, I don't know, I got some of the stuff, man, they would say, you've changed,
No, I didn't get that.
or they would try to say, well, man, this was okay when you worked with us. Now,
No, I didn't get that because, I had evidence to back up.
Right.
It wasn't just me saying it, but, I actually had proof.
Documentation. Sure.
Yeah.
Right. That's very quickly in leadership, you learn it didn't happen if you can't document it.
Right.
Right. And now there's, like we talked about, that 20% on this end, even with documentation, they're going to reject it. Right. I mean, you can have video of them and they'll say, I didn't do that. Okay. So at least you know where you're at. Fortunately, that's a small percentage. Luck, fortunately for us, but even that small percentage can be difficult because now you're having to either, discipline or even potentially terminate somebody you used to work with.
Yeah. So, and then another obstacle for me is trying to, I guess, take my hands off on the day-to-day stuff, really delegate so I can really oversee and move the department in the direction that we're trying to get to. But I'm too bogged down with some of the same projects that I had as a regular employee.
Right. It's tough sometimes to step back and hand over the stuff you did every day, knowing now you got to kind of oversee all that, not actually do it every day.
Right.
And it's a little difficult because, especially if we have any energy and get invested in, or it's something we hate to hand it off, right? But the one thing almost every employee talks that they hate is being micromanaged, right? So I've got to have enough trust in you to hand you the project and know that you're going to go out and do it, and you're going to do it to the best of your ability. It may not be exactly the way I would have done it, but that doesn't make it wrong. It's just a different way. I have to, as a leader, be able to accept that I would have done it differently, but we did get the same result, right? And that is tough sometimes. It was one of the supervisors I worked for. He went to the coordinator position, and so he became my boss, and we were both in leadership. He went into upper leadership, but he still wanted to engage in day-to-day management, and that was not his job anymore. And he was actually getting in the way of the organization functioning smoothly because a lot of times he would go in behind me or some of the other leader teams and kind of counteract some of the things we had asked or told them to do. So I had to finally have a meeting with him saying, listen, if you want to do my job, I'll take your job. That's fine, okay? Because I don't need to be part of it. But so I finally realized, man, you got to let go of day-to-day operation. You're going to check in and make sure we're doing what needs to be done. We're hitting our marks, but you can't be in there doing it because that messes up the works. And it took him a while to appreciate that and acknowledge he was getting in the way of production. But that's self-awareness and being able to step back and go, you're right. I still wanted to have my hand in this thing. So it is tough.
Thank you, Kim. Katie, I know you put your hand up and put it back down. Did you still want to say something?
I was actually going to say something very similar to what Kim just said. The challenge of kind of backfilling your own position and figuring out how to support somebody else learning to do that, training them on it, and then handing it over.
Right.
Yeah. And I think that's something here that we don't necessarily always plan for. It's just, here you go, your old job's here, your new job's here, good luck.
Right. And I think that's where some training come in, right? This is why these things are important. If we know these are the frequently addressed issues when we move from labor to management, that should be part of the training process. almost we should be telling them, listen, this is one of the things you might experience. As you hand off your old job to someone new, you got to give them the room to grow and change and make some mistakes. You're going to help mentor and coach them, but you got to let go. And if we don't, as part of the training, we give them that information, at least they're aware of it. And we can give them some habits or some checkpoints to make sure they're allowing, their team to grow on their, in their own way, because it is tough to let go of something you used to have such control over, particularly if you had a passion for it or something you really loved it, and then now you're giving it off to somebody else. It is hard. If we, at least part of the training process, we make people aware of that and give them some checks that they can go, oh, am I doing these things? If I am, I'm retarding the growth of my team. I got to step back and give them some room to be creative, to put their energy into it and make a few mistakes.
And this lady had her hand up and put it back down. And y'all, we need to hear from her, because she was an operator at one time, and now she's a manager of operations. Miss Cynthia Whitehead, do you still want to share with us?
Sure, ma'am. Yes. I kind of agree with everyone else about the training, going from one position to another. As when I became a road supervisor, I think we had 3 weeks training, and you was out there on your own to figure it out. So, when I became a manager, I know that's, and everything has changed from the time I've been out there. That's been years ago. And, so I appreciate what both of us been doing, but we do need some improvement, because we're still kind of doing the same on-hands training as far as our department, which I believe we need a little more in-depth training, because everything changes from day to day. I mean, the system, new upgrades, you have to keep up with that, and just throwing people out there to say, hey, figure it out for yourself, that's not the best way.
Oh, no. I mean, they're going to eventually figure it out, but along the way, they could make some pretty serious mistakes.
Yes.
Right. And so, that's where you guys getting together as a leadership team and identifying, all of these obstacles, right? Especially the big ones, and say, man, we need to address this. This is what happened to me. Because if it happened to you, it probably happened to pretty much everybody else. So we go, okay, at least we have this shared reality. We got to address that. That shouldn't happen again. Because fortunately, a lot of times just luck carries the day and bad things don't happen. But if we're aware that there's a gap in our training or our mentoring or our coaching, and we should fill that, we should backfill that so it doesn't happen to anybody ever again. When I first became a supervisor, I started to keep notes. I kept a little journal of all the things I wish somebody would have told me, right? And I had a pretty good list by the time I was done. And I thought, man, this list is sort of a training program. And that's kind of where we started. So when they would send me a new supervisor to train, right? They had just gone through their 3 weeks of training or whatever. Now they're back. Now they're out there with me. I would make sure I would address this list. And it's just amazing to find that even years later, we still weren't addressing some of those common issues that should have been almost the first thing that we talked about,
Right.
And we just weren't dealing with it. So, eventually we finally did, but I was still amazed that 5-6 years later, the same things were cropping back up again because we'd never sat down and kind of hammered this thing out.
Well, you also need a management team that is willing to accept new ideas from other people, from the new people that's coming in.
Right.
If you still have the management say, oh no, we're doing fine the way it's going, we're still going to be stalemate. So,
right.
Now,
right.
Now
we've always done it this way, kind of a thing,
yes.
right? And that is never a good excuse for doing anything, because just because that's the way we've always done it doesn't mean it's the best way or the right way.
Right way.
It's just
exactly.
the old way. Why do we want to stick to that? Because it's comfortable. Oh, yeah, that's the way we've always done it. Okay, I got that. But there's a lot, as time has moved forward with research and analysis and study, there are better ways. And a lot of times you just find that people don't do it. The story, there's a great story for this. It's called the QWERTY configuration. You realize the typewriter the keyboard that you and I use, even on our computer to this day, was designed to slow the typist down. The keyboard is designed to make the typist slow. Well, the reason for that was, if you go back, those of you who are old enough, you remember those old typewriters that had arms, right?
Yeah.
If you typed too fast, they got all tangled up, right? So they actually created a keyboard that would slow the typist down, because if you look at your keyboard, the letters you use most commonly are near the weakest fingers, the A, the E. They're not where they should be. So what they did is they created a new keyboard called the QWERTY configuration. It slowed the typist down. Now, fast forward 80 years, we are now using computers that can type as fast as any human can type, and we're still using the old, ineffective keyboard, when we could be using a keyboard that's way more effective. That's sort of this is the way we've always done it mentality. And it keeps us from growing organizations from good to great all the time. And this is where we're constantly evaluating. But you're right, you have to have a team of leaders that are willing to take in new ideas and experiment with them at least. Say, okay, I don't know. Okay, let's at least test it, right? Knowing that there's going to be a learning curve.
Tim, did you still want to share? Because your hand is up.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can.
Okay. So going back to talking about the 20% superstars and the 60% and then the 20, the 20% of the, if you want to call them non-productive or not as productive, they'll pull the rest of the people down.
Absolutely.
If they're left to continue, but for a manager to discipline that employee, you got to have the backing from upper management and human resource. I don't think this company has that. So that is a problem for me and the other supervisors as well. And and if you have and I've got several guys that absolutely are good enough to be foreman, but you also got to think, and it's hard not to think this way, you think of, what am I going to lose if he becomes a foreman? You're going to lose a superstar or two superstars.
Right. You are.
But, to keep everybody on that, you hope you've got 100% of superstars or 100% of top quality employees that always do the right thing. Or if you're not there on that shift, everything follows through because they already know what the process is. But unfortunately, we don't have that. And when you have, and I've seen it multiple times, when you have an employee that's in that lower 20% or 10% or whatever you've got, you don't have the backing. And then who has egg on her face when you have to start the disciplinary process and then it falls away?
Right. That's where human resources and upper management and middle management, they need to be on the same page. They've got to trust you as the frontline supervisor to know you've documented it, you've done everything in your power to try to get this employee on board. They're resistant to that. You've got your documentation. When you make a recommendation after you've got the documentation in place, you've done everything you can to salvage them, all the things whatever those are, right? But that's got to be agreed upon ahead of time. So upper management, HR, frontline leadership, all on the same page. So you know that once you've done all the things that you've been required to do, documentation, trying to salvage the employee, giving them coaching, giving them support, whatever it is, putting them on because tomorrow we're going to talk about what's called a performance improvement plan. And a performance improvement plan essentially is a device that you use to allow the employee to essentially fire themselves, right? They're the ones that identify you with your coaching. They sit down and they identify where the issues are. They create their own plan for mitigating or solving these. So it's not your plan, it becomes their plan. And now you've taken them to this place where you're at a PIP, you're doing a performance improvement plan. That's sort of the last step, right? You're basically saying, this is what we expect of you. We create understanding. They create their own plan. If they can't even follow the plan they created, right? Now you can say, listen, I've done everything I can. If they're totally unwilling to even participate in that process, that's fine too. They refused. So now you've got all your documentation. You've done everything you can to salvage them. You've let them know that. You got to know that you're going to get the backing of your HR department and your upper level management. Because you're right. If not, if you've checked all your boxes, done everything the right way, and this employee does not get terminated or doesn't get managed, doesn't get the discipline they deserve, you've just empowered that employee to just get away with whatever they want. And now your superstars are never going to do those things, okay? Because it's built into their DNA to be good employees. Right. The problem is the 60%ers are going to be watching this guy and going, wait a minute. I come in and do my job. I get paid the same money, and he doesn't do anything, and he doesn't get held accountable for it. Why should I do my job? And now you have a disaster because you're trying to manage something, and they're not actually giving you the tools to manage it. They can't expect you to manage people and then not back you up when you make a decision. If you've got your documentation in place, everything you have to have, and the reason you're going to know that is because human resources is going to tell you what you need. And you've done it, and then they backpedal on you. Well, now we've lost transparency and we've lost trust, right? You no longer trust above you. Correct. So what are you going to do as a manager? You're going to back away and go, listen, I would love to handle this situation, but I'm not permitted to. That's where if that's happening, or it does happen with any regularity, you're not building great teams. And everybody's got to be on the same page from the top to the bottom of the organization. So when we bring people in here, when you go through the process of selecting them, hiring them, training them, and you let them know this is what we're going to hold you accountable for, by God, you have to hold them accountable for that. Right. If you don't, they're going to go, well, that's all talk, right? So let me ask you a question. If that's what happens, whose fault is it that you have these employees that are not performing? It's leadership's fault, right?
In a whole.
Yeah.
It's a whole leadership team.
Right, exactly. I'm not saying it's front line. I'm saying it's everybody. Right. Because you're building, you're actually empowering them to behave this way.
You're hiring somebody, you need to hire the right person, not just someone to take up a spot.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to talk about hiring and selection.
Yeah,
right?
And hope that you can make them to what you want them to be, but
right. You're looking for the right person in the first place, and then you're looking for somebody who's trainable, right? And if you select correctly, and we're going to talk about this in a little bit, but the selection process is critical, because if you're hiring the wrong person to begin with, you're just spinning your wheels until they do something enough to where you're going to terminate them, and then you got to start all over again. And the cost of firing people, rehiring and retraining them is astronomical. If we pick the right people in the first place, give them the right training, set expectations, and then give them the support they need, we're building a great team. But it takes everybody from the top, from the leadership team, right on down to be part of that. And when that mission gets translated and people know you're serious about it, you can build a great organization. If they know you're just talk, it's a waste of your time.
Thank you.
Hmm? So, Ben, let's take a 10-minute break.
All right.
All right, 10 minutes, and then we'll get back.
Katie, if you can hear me, you are unmuted right now.
So Ben, do I need to reshare my slide, or is it still up there?
You're still good to go. And it turns out it looks like the whiteboard problem is where we had the city set it up to record. So we shot ourselves in the foot. Yeah, they turned it off because it causes a problem with the recording. So
Okay.
that's why we can't use it. So
okay.
At
least you know it's still there.
It's just not today.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, I was actually freaking out because we've been working to use that better after that last seminar. And I'm like, I've been thinking about this for 2 weeks, and now it's just gone.
Now it's gone, right?
Gone. Like, come on. Don't do this to me. It's already Monday. Don't take this.
Right. Yeah, I liked it too. I liked it. It was nice.
Yeah, we're going to try and incorporate it more in our regular classes. Assume it doesn't get turned off or changed again here.
Right. I understand updates, but sometimes, I don't know.
Well, they haven't even, there's a whole nother version of the software that we own that hasn't been turned on by the city yet called, it's actually WebEx Training. And they have, I think it's WebEx Teams. That's basically a copy of the Teams stuff, but we don't have either of those turned on just yet. So we'll see what happens.
It'd be interesting. Do you know what the training software does differently, or?
No, not really. Mornay's used it. It's got a lot more of the features that work well in WebEx meetings and being able to chat. And it's got, I think, breakout rooms. So like in Zoom, you can break people into subgroups and send them into their own chat room. I think that function's in it.
Okay.
But I haven't used it much. Mornay went to a training in it recently. He said it was really cool, had more features, but I don't remember what he said.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, that's cool.
You can actually go on your presentation. I can actually make notes next to culture or trust or whatever on the screen you're sharing.
Okay.
So you can ask the people, all the members in the team. You see all those 10 points over there. Which one do you tend to use more often? And then we can all click next to mindset or next to, and you can. That's like a type of poll. You can see. I can actually draw a circle and write preparation if I want to.
Right, gotcha.
You don't have to go. No, yeah, if you have to go back to a whiteboard, you can still use a whiteboard as well with other features on that. So WebEx Training is the way to go for this type of thing.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, if we can convince them to turn it on for us.
Yeah.
It's funny, they buy it and then don't use it.
Welcome to WeGo Public Transit.
Their official reasoning talking to them was if they don't, since they have to be the point of contact for support, if they haven't turned it on, they don't know how to use it yet.
Oh.
And so that's kind of it. They didn't turn it on because if someone calls them with an issue, they don't.
Right, they don't want to sound stupid, so they just don't turn it on.
Yeah, which is just a lazy way of going about it, but you know.
Right. Yeah, you guys are kind of unique because you fall under the city structure, right? Yeah, most transportation organizations are not like that at all. They're their own entity, wholly. So, they usually have somebody in the city structure like on their executive board, but not actually calling the shots.
Yeah,
that's unique.
Not all of it fall under the city structure, but IT is under the city structure, for example. Some of us, some operations, stuff we do is for the city, but not really working directly for the city.
Right. So my understanding is the whoever is the top of the organization is actually a city employee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
CEO.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See, that's not like that. It's very rare. Most of the time, it's like most regional transit authorities. The CEO is the CEO. He is selected by the executive board of the transit authority, and the city has like one person on the board that can vote, but that's it. They don't work for the city in any way. They work for RTA, and they're totally responsive to RTA. That way, the city doesn't have undue influence on them.
Yeah,
and city politics doesn't get involved.
Yeah, we have some city politics involved in our.
Oh, I'm sure. I've worked at the state, the local, and the federal government level, right? So I know it's impossible to keep that stuff out unless you're somehow self-contained. So the city can always say, hey, we want you to do this, and RTA can say, we'll consider it, right? But with your setup, they can kind of sort of make you do things. They can say, you're going to do this. So that is a little unique. And it adds like a whole other layer of management that you guys sort of don't have control over. That's a little weird. That's a little different. So I'm ready to start whenever they are.
I think everybody's probably back at their seats. I know we got one person who's going to be running late, and that is Katie. If everybody else is in your seats and ready, if you could go ahead and raise your hands for me. That way we'll know that you're good to go. Okay, Katie can't. I'm not sure if Keith can or not. Mr. Tim and Chelsea. My two guys in here with me aren't back just yet. Let's give them another minute.
Okay, sure.
Hey, Bill, you're welcome to go ahead and begin. They can join in when they get back.
Okay. All right, so let's, unless somebody wants to have something they want to comment about the last section, we're going to move on to sort of the traits of great organizations. Does anybody have their hand up at all, Ben, or
I just cleared it, so if anybody wants to hop in on something, go ahead and raise your hand now and we can go. Give you 30 seconds, and if not, we'll just roll ahead. That's about 30 by my count, so it looks like
okay. All right. So let's talk about the traits of great organizations. This comes from multiple different sources. One is Jim Collins' books. And he talks about some of the traits that great organizations have, and one is culture. And that's a word, it's one of those buzzwords that gets thrown around a lot anymore. But what do we think? What do we think culture means? And then what kind of a culture are we trying to create at WeGo? So with that said, I want some of you guys to kind of chime in. What kind of a culture are we trying to create at WeGo? And then we're going to talk about how do we actually go about doing that. So what are some of the things you want to see as part of the organizational culture of WeGo?
better communication.
Okay. And that is always one of the it's always one of the top things every time. No matter where I go, communication is always one. So staying on communication for just a little bit, what do you mean by better communication?
Sometimes what you need is you need to have a senior staff who has a vision, and then they pass that vision down to the rest of the organization by whatever means that they have that. And sometimes organizations build up silos, and we've broken silos down before, and then we've recreated them, and
right.
We've broken silos again, and then kind of recreated fences instead of silos. So, we need it's a continuous work, and everybody has to work at it, but it has to come from CEO all the way down through the entire organization so that everybody is a part of it and recognizes there is a big picture, there is a big scheme that is the organization's working toward, and everybody needs to be a part of that and working together. And that's kind of like what you were talking about with the fence being open. Even though it's not my job specifically, and it's not hearsay for me to make a decision on going and closing that, because I know it's the thing to do. I know it's what we need to do, and everybody knows it, but nobody wants to step up to the plate and do it. The fence
right.
stays open, and somebody stands up and says, that's wrong. We got to close that fence.
Right.
And then stand up and go close it.
So more open, transparent, cross-collaborative communication where everybody's sort of sharing?
Correct.
And then, so let me ask you, since you hit on it, if you were to, what is WeGo's vision? So from the top of the organization, what do you guys know, or what have you heard, or what have they told you is the direction, and that's what the vision is, right? It's the leadership's picture of where we want to go, right? So this is where I want to head to. And then my goal, or my mission is upper management is to transmit that vision to everyone who has to execute it in a very clear way. So knowing that's what a vision is, do you know what, has it been transmitted clearly? Do you know what it is? If you don't, what would you think it would be?
I think the whole purpose would be to provide positive public transportation to the whole entire community, and that would include the visitors as well as people who actually live here in the area, to move them safely from one part to another. And I know, part of our mission statement is the same thing, and most people can kind of generalize, public transportation, we're moving people, moving safely, but, where are we going? How are we going to get there? We just started a new change from going from MTA to WeGo.
Right,
and,
so you get new branding going on.
Mm-hmm. And I didn't know anything about how it came about until I attended a leadership class, and I learned about it in the leadership class. And these are things that should be spread out through the entire organization and not just in certain areas. Like silos,
like he was talking about.
Exactly. But even that leadership class, those leaders need to go out and present that to the rest of the organization, whether it's their peers or their subordinates or the people they mentor or the people that work above them that don't know all the reasons why certain things are the way they are.
Right. And so what you're talking about now literally is transparency, right? Because none of us like to be kept in the dark. We don't like to be surprised by things, particularly at work. So, it should never happen where your middle management goes, oh, we're changing our name. where did that come from, right? That should be, because when that begins to roll out, you guys should have all the answers for all of your team members, all of your subordinates, right? Because they're going to have some questions. Why are we changing the name? When did that come about? What does this mean? Or other things, you should have those answers readily at hand. So there should be, that when that mission or that vision is decided upon, okay, this is it, and we get enough people on board, and so this is the direction. We need to be including all the right people so that they can start to disseminate that message down, right? So people shouldn't come in and be surprised by those kinds of things. They should kind of see it coming.
But also, and not that as much as also the fact that when you are given this information, don't hoard it.
Right. Well, that's right. That's so. See, by having that level of transparency, once you get it, it's not like I've got a secret and I'm not going to share it with anybody. I need to get it out there. By doing that and being transparent and clear in your communication, you begin to build a culture. One of the most critical pieces of a good culture is trust, right? Communication, clarity, transparency, expectations that are set and maintained, those begin to create that culture. This is what this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it. And this is what you're expected to do.
Correct.
Really not that complicated, right? This is the vision. This is where I see us going. This is how we're going to get there. These are the things you got to do to help us get there. Because when everybody understands their piece of the pie creates the biggest, creates the whole pie. If they don't see how what they do translates into the larger vision, well, then they don't go, why are we doing this, right? So this is where we're going. This is how we're going to get here. This is what I expect everybody to do. It's clear. It's clear. It's concise. It's transparent. Right now we've built trust. This is what we're going to do. This is what you're going to do. We're all pulling together in the same direction. If we do that, we can get there, and we can get there faster. We can get there. And it can be an enjoyable process, because under that trust is accountability.
Right. But we also have other things that come into play with this, and that's the fact that we're partly unionized. Then the union has their own thoughts on how things should or shouldn't be, and making sure that everybody is on the same playing field and understanding, how it benefits the whole group, not just one group or part of a group or this group or that one.
Right. So at some point, as the process is being hashed out, as we realize we either accomplish this mission or the mission is changed, labor needs to be brought in at some level to participate in kind of crafting that, and to feel like they've had a part in crafting it. Because if they feel like they're not part of that decision-making process, then it becomes an us against them ideology. And if you can get people to buy into their ideas are part of this, their thought processes are part of so when the final vision or mission comes out, they can see sort of, when they participated, they can see their components in it. Oh, that was our idea. Yeah, that's what we wanted to do. Now, that's a process of, negotiation, collaboration. But if they feel like this mission is just being forced on them, of course, to some degree, there's going to be resistance, particularly if you've already got a lack of trust that's ongoing. And now they're going to go, oh, okay, this is the new flavor of the day, right? So this is what we're going to do until we do something else. And so what ends up happening is a lot of feet dragging and stuff like that occurs. So absolutely, they should be actually part of the process if they want to be constructively part of it. And then if they have good ideas and figure out a way to either make them feel like they're part of it, make them part of it, but certainly if you can incorporate some of their thoughts and ideas into it, you're going to get a lot more buy-in than if you're forcing people to do things. Right?
Bill Mornay has his hand up.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to make a comment by asking a question.
Okay.
When I thought of this is actually before you started to mention this. Anyone, all of us in this meeting are supervisors, managers, directors. Can anyone raise their hand who knows our company vision and mission statement, knows it, and can just tell us what it is right now? Any one of us that can. And I don't think I'm going to see a lot of hands, because in our leadership academy, I went to, I'm not sure if it was there or something else. I needed the company's mission, vision and mission statement for a project I was working on, and I couldn't find it nowhere.
Oddly enough, that is not unusual.
Yes. So when I asked the directors, it was in a meeting we have with some of the chiefs and with the director of communication. They told us that with this new rebranding, they're working on that. So, and still right now, like I said, we're a bunch of supervisors, managers, and directors in this meeting, and none of us know where it is or where to find it in the first place. And we're supposed to know it. It's supposed to be displayed everywhere in the company.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it should be on the sticker on the bus. It should be on the web page. It should be everywhere.
Yeah, so that we can see the goals the director, the chiefs have, even the goals that the board have for the company. If we have those goals in mind, we can know that everything we do is building towards those goals, to achieve those goals, because we can't make our own goals if we don't know their goals, because our goals is going to support their goals, the company's goals. And I think that is a culture that we still have to work on in a company, where that thing trickles from the top all the way to the bottom, so that the lowest employee in a company, doesn't matter who he or she is, if they walk around, they know exactly what goal they're working towards, and they know the company goals.
Right, and that was the very next slide. It's talking about mission and vision. Yeah. And most places you go, they don't know what the mission or the vision is. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a couple of reasons like that. Number one, it gets created by a small group of people.
Yeah.
So there, you got these folks at the top creating this, and a lot of times we end up with all this high-minded, euphemistic, lack of clarity language. We have all this language, right? And if pressed, I would say, what does that mean? They wouldn't really be able to articulate that. So it needs to be clear. It needs to be concise. Yeah. But I think the other thing is it needs to be collaborative. It shouldn't be just the folks that, I know as the CEO what I want to try to accomplish here, okay? But I also need to get some input from my labor people, my middle management, my training staff. I should bring these people around me and do like a general council, right? And where we can sit together and openly collaborate about, because, what the mission is of this organization. And ultimately it's to serve, the transportation public, right? How do we get the people who live in this city, who visit this city from point A to point B safely, in the most pleasant manner we can, making the process as enjoyable as we can. So it's really not, but we end up, a lot of mission and vision statements end up being just convoluted collections of, buzzwords that nobody even knows who created it or what any of that means.
Exactly, right? What it means, that's the problem.
Right. We don't know what that means. Yeah, it sounds fantastic, right? On paper, this is great. Okay, how do we translate that into action? What are the habitual steps we engage in every day to accomplish that mission? If we don't know what the mission is or who created it, you're right, we can't create goals to achieve it. That's the first thing. Secondly, we should bring people around us so that labor, management, everybody engaged who's going to have to execute this mission, the people who are going to have to go out day in and day out and actually carry out this vision, this mission, They should feel like they've been heard as part of the process. Not, this is what we're going to do. No, they should feel like they've been engaged, and then we craft this thing. We keep it as lean as we possibly can. We keep it as clear as we possibly can, and we know exactly what each word in that statement means and then how we're going to achieve those things. If you can't do that, the mission statement's worthless. I've walked into places where the mission statement takes up an entire page.
Yeah.
And you're like, no. By the time we're done, you're thinking, my God, there's nobody's going to be able to accomplish this. Nobody's going to remember this. And like you said, most people can't even find it. That's a problem.
I saw companies who pay thousands to outside consultants to come and help create the company's mission and vision, but they never ever spoke to the employees of the company.
Right, and see that, and it doesn't require a consultant to do that.
No.
I mean, we know what our mission is, right? My bus drivers know what their mission is to some degree. So we need to bring those folks into the table. What is it you guys do every day? How can we do it better? What is it our customers want from us, right? And how do we fulfill that? So then when we're all done, I know what my CEO, as the CEO, I know what my vision is, where I want to take us. I've heard from my middle management. I've heard from my labor union. I've heard from everybody, and I'm going to try to incorporate that all into some really concise language, then bring everybody together and hammer that thing out. So there's buy-in, there's investment. They feel part of the process. Plus, by helping create it, they're going to remember the doggone thing. And if I was part of the creation, I'm going to make sure everybody knows it. But if it's an edict that comes down from on high, it's most of the time your rank and file folks don't even know what it is.
Yep.
So how are we going to accomplish what we don't even know what we're trying to accomplish, right? Mm-hmm. So, what is the mission? Clear, concise. What are the best tools for achieving it, right? Our attitude towards that mission, our demeanor, and then how are we communicating that mission statement day in and day out, not just in language, but our behavior. I'm going to go back to
Cynthia, I see your hand.
Also,
Ms. Cynthia, I see your hand, and I see you're unmuted. You want to share?
Yes, I found the last mission statement that I know of that I continue to use on our evaluations. It states the mission of MTA is to provide public transportation services to our communities and its visitors so they can achieve greater mobility and experience a cleaner, healthier environment with less traffic congestion. That's the last one I've known. And that's been years.
That's fairly concise, I think.
Yeah.
So what is it? What comments anybody with that mission statement in mind? Do you think that would be fairly easy to translate over to the people executing the mission?
Yes.
I think it's pretty clear.
It's short, simple, and to the point. That's what we do. And that's what we're trying to do with the newer vehicles that we're buying, to help the environment and everything. So, I don't know why they want to change it.
Right. I mean, sometimes things need change. Sometimes they don't. Right. If it's a good mission statement, maybe it's not changing the mission statement. It's just changing. Are we actually executing that? Are we doing those things? And so, how do we translate that to each level of the organization to make sure that that mission is being accomplished? And there's got to be some metrics. There's got to be a way to measure whether we're achieving that. Because if we're not measuring it, we're not managing it. Right? So how do we measure that at each level based on expectations?
I see Chris Vick with his hand up. He wants to jump in there. Also, I saw Chelsea Hart had her hand up at one point. Chelsea, did you want to hop in too?
I found a mission statement on the Instagram. It was very similar to what Cynthia said. So
share it with us. It might be different.
Yeah, what is different?
It's just abridged. So WeGo Public Transit connects people to their lives and communities.
So that's the whole statement?
This is on Instagram, so.
Okay. Because now, for me, that might be a little too concise. And so read that again, if you would.
Sure. WeGo Public Transit connects people to their lives and communities.
Okay. So does anybody have I guess the two words for me are connect people to their lives and their communities. What does that mean for us? How do we translate that?
We connect them by driving them around.
That's what I was
This is just a thing. Let me say, I'm a laborer. I come to work every morning. My job is to clean offices.
Mm-hmm.
I see that mission. How do I connect that to what I'm doing?
Right.
If someone takes it up and explains to me and build up something, that's just going to be some sticker on a bus that goes by that I don't care about.
Right, but you keeping my office clean so I can work.
Yeah, that's true. The whole thing needs to branch down and branch down and branch down to every specific department, and everyone has to have some input in that to create their own missions and their goals. That's what I'm trying to get at. Because right now, like I said earlier, I tried to find our mission. Now I heard two different ones I never saw before, and no one was able to help me to find it. And where it's supposed to be, up everywhere that everyone can see and everyone knows where to find it, especially on management level.
Right. One of the things I tell operators when I actually teach operators, I always tell them, if you find yourself in a situation where you're not quite sure what you should do, your mission statement should be your guide. Right? I'm not quite sure what they'd want me to do here, but my mission statement says something about making sure that our customers have the best experience they possibly can in our transportation. So at least it tells me because the mission statement tells me what we value. Right? That's the whole point. These are our values. And so when I know what the mission statement is and what we value as an organization, it can help me make better decisions in real time. And, if somebody says, man, we wish you come to somebody and say, man, I wish we would, why did you do it that way? And they can say to you, because our mission statement says this, or this is what we say we value, that's why I did that. I mean, now the mission is translating down at the lowest level. And she's right. I mean, they clean her office, make sure the trash is collected, everything's organized so that when she comes in, she can get right to her job. And it helps. And then, so you're right. So it filters down all the way. And then by everybody doing their piece, but we got to translate that mission statement for each employee in each level so they know that what they're doing does make a difference. It's like I did some stuff for a hospital, some training for a hospital, and I was talking to the staff that comes in and cleans the operating room. They clean the rooms. They clean the utensils that are used for surgery. And the one guy, his mindset was, I'm just a janitor. The other mindset was, what I do ensures the safety of our patients by making this environment hygienic. Right? I am sterilizing this environment. So even though I'm not the one doing the operation, what I do in this room before the operation occurs is mission critical. I make sure these implements are clean. I make sure the room is clean, and that cuts down on infection and death. So one person has a mindset, I'm just a janitor. The other one has this mindset of what I do impacts the life directly of our patients. That's the mindset I want people to have. Somewhere along the line, someone had translated that for them. Man, what you do is really important. It impacts everything above you. Because if that surgeon comes in there, but that room is not sterilized, it's not organized properly, it's not clean, the utensils aren't in the right place, that could be very bad. So even though the one guy feels like he's a janitor, so he treats his job like he's just a janitor. The other person sees themselves as an integral part of a bigger organization. And that's really what we want that mission statement to. So we got to translate it down for every level.
Yeah, that's an excellent example of how it can make a difference if you have all that and present it to them in that way.
Right. And I think we can do that. It's just when we hire people in, when we select them, when we train them, we got to share with them, this is how important your job is. It's not just you cleaning the bus. It's you're making this, it's part of a process that fulfills this larger vision that we have.
Chris, you still want to share?
Sure. So, I mean, I found another one on our website, Transit Design Guidelines. In the introduction, it says, WeGo Public Transit is committed to delivering outstanding transportation service to residents and visitors of Nashville and to ensure the accessibility for riders regardless of age and disability. So it's kind of very similar to the other ones.
Right, but there's some added pieces there for sure.
Right. But that's what you always get out of a mission statement, right? Is outstanding transportation service, you know.
Okay, so what does outstanding transportation look like?
Right.
So that's what we got to translate down. So here's the problem. You now have 3 mission statements. They're similar, but they're not the same. And if we're training people on 3 different mission statements, right, there's parts of each one of those are pretty good. How do we incorporate them all, right, to deliver and then when we change mission statements, right, there should be an organization-wide sweep of the old one. I mean, it needs to disappear, right? We need to tell people, man, this is what we're doing now. Because if not, you could certainly be training people very different ways. So they all have some merits to them, every one of them. I just think you need to figure a way to incorporate them. So if there's a third one out there, what's the chance there's a fourth one?
Yeah, right. If you look deep enough, you'll probably find something. But that's what I've always felt. I mean, we've always wanted to give good service to the public, right? So, but how does that translate to the guys out there working, whether it be an operator on on-time performance, leaving a lot on time?
Right.
You know, they get written up for it, but why is that so important? You know what? When you translate it back to why it's important, and it's failing because it's giving the company a bad look. You know.
Right. And see, that's what Mornay said. So once we decide what it is, then we filter it down. And so, okay, because that mission statement for a bus operator is going to mean something slightly different than it will for a frontline supervisor because their functions are different. So we got to break that down and go, these are the 6 things that this means for you. These are the 6 things we're going to measure. We're going to look at. These are the metrics we're going to follow to make sure that we're fulfilling this mission. So it filters down and then it filters back up. By doing these things, we're doing this. So we got to break it down to its most its smallest components, essentially.
We already run numbers on all that stuff, you know, but everybody don't know them. So what level of on-time performance are we at? So, you know, if everybody knew how close we was or striving to get to the same goal and we was getting close, you know what I mean? Just keeping everybody informed in the loop. So you could be working together to get to the same thing, you know.
And if you're not getting there, you can start to identify why, right? What's causing us not to be able to hit this metric?
Right.
Right. And I guess for your public, you know, so let's say, I don't know what your number is, but let's say 96% on time is your number. I don't know what your number is. It would, if you were to take that to the public and say, for us, being late or not on time 4% of the time, that to us, that's an acceptable number, right? What would the public say? Now, I know they want 100%, right? And there are a lot of days you probably hit that, but there are some days you don't, right? So so at least once again, I would always go out to the people I serve and get their input too. Because one of the things I realized as a policeman is I would go to meetings with the community, the business associations, and I would relay to them what the new mission of the police department was. And I would give them data and metrics and statistics on all this stuff. And then they would always ask me questions about, I would say, homicide is down, robbery is down, all the Part 1 crimes are down, we're doing really well, crime is dropping. But I got a question for you. If I'm telling you you're safe, but you don't feel safe, are you safe? No. See, I can give you all the numbers in the world and say, hey, we're hitting this 96% and we're on time, right? But if the people actually riding the bus every day, if that ain't translating over to them, they don't feel that, you ain't doing it. So you got to figure out a way so that the people we serve every day, they got to see it. They got to feel it. What metric are they using to measure us? That's really more important than any metric we're using. So they got to be brought to the table too and say, what is it you want from us? What do you expect from us? How can we deliver it to you in a better way? Because a lot of times we think we know what they want when we don't. I would go to these meetings, tell all this data, and they'd go, okay, but what about abandoned vehicles? And I'd go, I'm talking about homicide and you're talking about abandoned vehicles. Who's right? They are. Because that's what they see, right? The other numbers didn't really impact them directly. But junk cars on their street, graffiti on the buildings, they saw those things. That impacted how they felt about safety, how they viewed the environment. So I realized, listen, I'm trying to force my viewpoint of safety onto them, as opposed to them telling me what safety looks like, and then I deliver on that. So we had to flip the script. So we got to bring the people who use our service to the table and go, what is it we can be doing better? That way we're hitting their metrics too. Because I can show you all kinds of internal data and say, hey, we're doing a great job. But if our customer reviews aren't translating that way, we're not doing a great job. Because we're there to serve those people. So one of the things, how do we create a great culture? What do you think the first step in creating a great culture is?
Well, feeling like everybody has a support.
Well, so number one, we got our mission, so we know where we're going. So now what is one of the next things we need to be doing?
We're going to have to communicate the plans down to the lowest level.
Right, so we got to communicate clearly what the mission is, and then break it down and how we're going to achieve that. But then the next step is we need to have the right people in the right place to do it, don't we?
Yep.
We got to have the right people.
Looks like Mr. Roberts has his hand up, wanting to jump.
Okay.
Mr. Roberts, go ahead and hop in there.
Well, you were just saying what I was thinking, but you got to have support, and it's got to be communicated from your upper management to you, to everybody. But you also got to have that support and backing from your upper management, and they cannot sway on that. When you start going in a direction, they have to stick with it too. They got to be held accountable as like we are.
Right. Oh, absolutely. I mean, they can't give you a mission and send you out to do it, and then when you start to execute, they backpedal on you. Because once that happens, then because this is why middle management is so critical. Middle management, frontline supervisors, translate and make sure that the mission is executed. If I'm the CEO and I have all these great plans or grand ideas, and I transmit them down to my mid-level managers, my frontline supervisors, right, and say, this is what I want to do, this is where I want to go, this is the vision I have, and then At that level, those mid-level managers can either make or break that mission, because they're either going to move forward with it, knowing they've got the support of the organization. They're going to start to hold their people accountable for executing the mission, or they're going to drag their feet. They're not going to execute. They're going to badmouth the plans, right? Don't worry about this. This will change tomorrow. That kind of a thing. That's why middle management is so critical, because without those folks, knowing they've got the backing of the upper management and then translating it down and making sure it gets done, nothing happens. Nothing will change. We had a chief of police that came into our organization, and one of his missions, or I guess one of his ideas, was that he wanted the officers to look really sharp in their uniforms, professional. And so part of that was he wanted everybody to wear a hat. Now, nobody in our organization had worn a hat for 40 years. Nobody liked hats, right? They were just something we left in the car. But this was his vision. He wanted the public to see us differently. So he told his supervisors, this is what we're going to do. This is part of the process. If he was out and about and he saw an officer without a hat on, guess who he disciplined?
The managers.
Correct. He did not even walk up to the patrolman. He didn't say anything to them. They didn't get disciplined. He disciplined his mid-level manager. He said, I've given you direction. It's fairly clear and simple, and you're not following through. So how quickly, once a few managers got disciplined, how quickly do you think all the officers were wearing their hats? It didn't take but a few days before that got translated into action. Now, whether I agree with it or disagree with it does not matter. That's his mission. He was clear about it, and he held the people accountable. And the second he held the managers accountable, guess what they began to do? They held their employees accountable, right? Hey, you're not going to get me in trouble because you're not wearing a hat, right? So they all of a sudden, everybody and very quickly the hats began to get worn. That's just an example. It's got to translate down. Middle management is the key to that, because they're the ones that make sure that the day-to-day mission gets executed. If they're not, nothing happens. Nothing changes, right? And part of building this culture is selecting, hiring, and training the right people. We got to select the right people, right, in the first place. If we're choosing the wrong people for our organization, we're not even picking the right folks in the first place, because the jobs that we do, these are customer service jobs, aren't they? I mean, we are serving the public. Sometimes that can be really difficult. I've done training with bus operators where they literally have looked at me and said, I don't like people. Well, man, you're in the wrong job then. Because, I tell operators all the time, you think they hired you to drive a bus. What they really hired you to do is manage people. Driving the bus is the easy part. It can actually be the fun part. But managing people, that can be difficult sometimes. If I hired somebody into my organization that doesn't even like people, doesn't like to communicate, doesn't like to engage, I've already set myself up for failure because I'm not hiring the right person. That guy should be driving a semi-truck, not a bus, right? Because freight doesn't talk back. So selecting the right people in the first place, giving them the right training, giving them the support, and then holding them accountable. Those are 4 critical components to creating a great culture. So
hey, looks like Ebony's jumping in here. Ebony, did you have something you wanted to add? Ms. Smith?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm glad that you said that, how we're all working in customer service, because that's really true. And I was just thinking about why it's important for us to all work on our emotional intelligence skills as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm telling you, when I do roadworthy communication now, in the beginning, my background's in communication psychology. In the beginning, 20 years ago, when I first started teaching communication skills, I would spend, 4 hours of a 4-hour block teaching people to communicate effectively. But over time, what I realized is is if they don't have the emotional intelligence to communicate effectively, even if they have the tools, they're not going to do it. Right? They've got to be able to control their emotional state first, then they can communicate effectively. So choosing people with better skill sets here already, and then giving them training in emotional intelligence, it is a critical part of, because people can be difficult. They can be challenging. They push our buttons. They get us frustrated. And if we don't know how to manage that process emotionally, then we begin to communicate ineffectively, treat people badly, and not deliver on the promise. So, Ben, I think we're at 11 o'clock, so let's break for lunch, 11 to 12, and then we'll pick back up.
Sounds great. I did have a question before we left. David, are you still there? Mr. Eiler, you still around?
Yeah, I'm trying to find my mute button.
Hey, David, regarding to the change to WeGo Public, why? I've never heard the reason.
Well, it's an interesting story, and that's like a lot of people are concerned about, oh my gosh, purple, why purple? And yet there's actually an interesting story as to why it was purple. And the people that put that together, that was one of the things that was brought up in the leadership class, is that, we need them to spend time sharing it down the chain more than across the top. And that way it got filtered down better. Because a lot of people didn't understand why we were purple. And if you think about the logic behind their thinking at the time, when they were going through and trying to decide on the colors and what people think of when they see red and yellow and green and all the different colors, and you look at the primary colors and stuff, purple was the only one that wasn't really being used that often. Wonder why? And so it was one of the ones that was being presented as helping to bring the community together, and some of the things and thoughts that came behind it. I thought it was very interesting. I thought it was uniquely a great thing for us to be able to pass along to everybody, so that people from the operators all the way up through the CEO understand why we're purple and where it came from and why we decided to rebrand, why it was necessary to take a look at us in a different way, because we want to change our culture. We want to make our culture a better culture so that we're better working together to help provide the community with the things that they need. You're not getting any more of it.
So was the color selected because it was unique and sort of different, and it gives everybody something to kind of identify with because it was different than everybody else?
Yeah, I didn't look through to see who all was here. Is Jason here?
No, I don't see him.
He's not. Jason's not here. Yeah. And partly because when you think of blue, you think of the police officers, and you think of red, you think of fire trucks.
Right.
Green. Right. You think of trash and the garbage disposal, waste management, because they're mostly green. And
right.
So he went through a
T-Mobile's already pink.
Yellow taxi cabs, right? I mean,
right. Yeah.
You got it. And we didn't want to be a part of that. And so, when you come to purple, there was really, what do you think of when you think of purple? But it's not a dark color, it's not a bright color, but it's a color that brings light and dark together. And
right.
As a community, we have so many different facets within a community, and with the visitors that come to visit with us.
Yeah, because Nashville is definitely a destination city.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So they wanted to make it different so that when you saw something purple down, that's WeGo. That's the WeGo bus. We work for the community.
That's cool. Yeah, see, that could have been rolled out in a really cool way.
Absolutely.
Right, and then get everybody's buy-in and understanding we're talking about diversity and the whole idea of light and dark and all that. That's all some cool stuff.
Yeah, it really is. Usually a name change and a rebranding follows something tragic happening to a brand.
Right,
So
right, because they want to.
Business School 101. It's like, oh, tragedy. What are we going to do? Well, we were Comcast. Now we're going to be Xfinity.
Right, because we want to divert attention away from some bad behavior usually. Right.
Right.
Yeah. It's one of the. You ever hear the story of Lululemon? What they did? They didn't change their name, but they did. But here's what happened. Lululemon makes yoga pants, basically. They sent out, I guess their manufacturer sent out a bunch of yoga pants that were see-through. And they didn't catch it. So it goes out to the shop. They start shipping these things out. People are buying them. They start getting complaints. So they said, hey, take them back to the store, return them. Well, what they didn't say was that what they did is when a woman would come into the store and say, hey, these are see-through, they would tell her, you need to put them on and bend over, and if we can see through them, we'll give you your money back. Now, that was a corporate decision at the highest level. So how quickly do you think they got eviscerated online?
Like 11 seconds after.
Oh, man. Can you just imagine telling some woman to do that? Well, then the very next day, the CEO goes on national television and tries to defend it, okay? Instead of saying, we're stupid, that was moronic, we're sorry, and we're giving everybody in the world a free pair of yoga pants, what they did, instead of changing their name, is they fired their entire executive board, which was all men. Now, think about that. Why would you have an entire industry that is 100% meant to service a female population and not a single female on the executive board?
Terrible, man.
Because I think a woman would have said, whoa, what are you going to do? Right? So they did replace their whole board, but the company damn near went under as a result of that disaster. And I mean, sitting here today, you're thinking, oh my God, who would think that was okay? But obviously, because they existed in an echo chamber, nobody went, whoa, hey, boss, that's a bad idea, right? So, all right, I will see you guys back at 10 after 12, right? All righty.
See y'all then.
We'll talk about lemons the rest of the day.
That's right, yeah.
Anybody gonna share their lunch with me?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, Ben.
What's going on?
Not much.
Oh, man. Where are you this week? Are you at home?
Yeah, I'm in Ohio today, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What part, Columbus or?
I'm in Dayton, which is, I don't know if you're
okay.
West Central Ohio, so we're on the western edge.
Yeah, now Dayton was the one where DHL was the main employer, right?
Yeah, DHL is a big one. The biggest employer here in the city is Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
Right.
So we got Wright-Pat here, and then the college and the hospitals now. But yeah, we had the delivery company DHL here for a while. It was originally a company called, if you may not be old enough to remember, it was called Emery Freight.
Yes.
And then DHL bought them, and then they left, went out of business.
Right. I can't remember the name of it. It's not town Dayton, but it's a town right beside it. A good friend of mine is there. We were in the Peace Corps together, and the New York Times called his little hometown. His dad was the mortician in this little burg of like 8,000 people. But DHL was the main employer in town. Everybody worked for DHL. DHL went out. Everybody lost their health insurance, bankrupted the hospital, which bankrupted his father because he was the EMS and mortician services.
Oh,
and
wow.
So the New York Times called, it's right by Dayton. It's like
it's probably like Wilmington or something like that.
Yeah. And the New York Times called it the face of the American recession in 2008.
Yeah.
It's this tiny
because Wilmington was where their headquarters was. Yeah.
Right. And that's what it was. Like everybody, the average age was like over 45 or 50. Everybody had, later in life health issues.
Right.
Their bill suddenly, the hospital started going under because they weren't getting payment on anything. It was this huge.
Oh, yeah.
Effect.
Yeah.
And I was there. It must have been like 2010, 2011 or something like that. And it was the first time he'd been home in 5 years. I went with him, and he was like, "What has happened?" And I'm like, "Do you not remember the article you sent me about this being the face of the American recession?" He was like, "Yeah, but it wasn't this bad." Like,
yeah. Wilmington's not a big place, so it doesn't take a lot to take it out.
Yeah. I think his dad even sold the family business and stuff, so the Chamberlains are no longer the morticians of Wilmington.
Oh, wow, yeah. Yeah, because all those little towns usually have a funeral home, and
That's what they did for a long time. It's like a 150-year-old business or something.
Wow.
He bought it from his wife's father, actually.
So the son didn't want to become a mortician, I take it.
Correct. Actually, I can't remember if his mother only had sisters or not anymore. I feel like the daughters definitely didn't want to become morticians, but one of their husbands did. So, gotta make a call.
All righty, Mr. Watson. Yeah, wait. My buddy. You are. My buddy. Okay, so let's see, what do we got here? Got one button. Oh. Ooh, good boy. Ooh, good boy. Yes, you
All right, minor technical difficulties this afternoon. That's the way it goes. I think everybody's probably back in their seats already.
Okay.
So we're probably good to go if you guys all are. If you have an objection to that, please raise your hand. If not, please forever hold your peace. But I think we'll probably be good to go. We're a few minutes late. So let's go ahead and rock and roll.
Okay. So we talked about culture a little bit. I wanted to talk about, real briefly, is getting the right people in the organization to begin with, which means that's, selecting the right people. What are we looking for when we're hiring people? What traits are we looking for? And we touched on this a little bit, but we're looking for people who have come in with the right attitude already, a customer service orientation, that they're trainable. And I think we have to, it's much easier to manage your organization if you're bringing the right people in the first place, as opposed to trying to fit, square blocks into round holes. It's not as effective. And most places pretty much do their hiring about the same way. They somehow post the position, people apply, they come in, they do a 30, 40, 50-minute interview with them and make a decision in, half an hour or 50 minutes whether this person's going to fit into the organization. And I think more time needs to be spent in the front end of this thing, so that we're putting people through some tests or some paces to make sure they're going to fit into the culture of the organization that we're trying to create and then maintain. Because we're trying to build a great culture, then we got to defend that culture, meaning that we're constantly looking to upgrade it and bring in, the right people into the organization in the first place, who have the right attitude, service orientation, they're trainable, this is the job they want to do. Or do they just show up because, you guys posted a position and it looks like it pays well? So people who want to be in transportation, people who want to serve the public. So I think there's some steps we need to build in, and I know we don't have a lot of time to do this piece, but, I think instead of doing just an interview, maybe one of the things that some more progressive companies do is they'll put them through some testing processes. They'll ask some questions that are a little bit more designed to try to see behind the mask or the image the person is trying to portray. Because if I do a 30 or 40-minute interview with you, I'm pretty good idea what kind of questions you're going to ask me. I'm pretty clear on what kind of answers you want to hear. And I can maintain, like somebody alluded to earlier, my emotional intelligence or my emotional base for 30 or 40 minutes through one of these interviews and kind of slip past you and get into the organization. And then so that we should have multiple filters along the way. Just to give you an example, you could do a group interview just to see, this is what Southwest does. They do a group interview, ask you why they want to work for Southwest. What they're looking for, people who pop up very quickly in a large group and identify, they're people, and that they want to work for Southwest, and they give them some good reasons. They filter that group into another phase. That phase, they have the employees. So 10 or 20 of these people in a room now. They have them write a little presentation about why they want to work for Southwest Airlines. And they give them 4 or 5 minutes to do this. And what they think they're being judged on or graded on is their presentation. And that's not what they're watching. When they're giving the presentation, the interviewers or the trainers aren't watching the person giving the presentation. They're watching the other 10, 12, 15 people in the audience watch the presentation. So the people who put their pen down, lean forward, make eye contact with the speaker, nod their head, that's what we call an others sorter. Even though they know they got to give up and give a presentation in a few minutes, they have stopped thinking about themselves and are focusing on the speaker. That's someone who has a state of mind, what we call an others sorter. They think about other people before they think about themselves. In a group of, let's say, 10 students, just to make the math easy, in a group of 10 people that we're putting through this interview process, what percentage do you think that do they get out of a group of 10 that pass on to the next phase, that stop thinking about themselves, put their pen down, made eye contact, and supported the speaker? What percentage do you think we got out of that? What do everybody think?
I think about 20 or less.
Right. So out of a group of 10, they typically get 2 people.
Mm-hmm.
And what we're doing is it's a filter. We're trying to, they made it through this group interview phase. One of the other things that a couple companies I do some work with, when somebody comes in to interview for a position, they will come into the lobby, they'll sit them down, and they'll tell them it's be a few minutes before they interview you, and they will interact with the support staff, a janitor, somebody like that. So they're sitting there in the lobby waiting for their interview, and the janitor will walk up and ask them to switch seats so he can sweep around that chair or mop around that floor, anything. But in reality, the person is not the janitor. He's one of the trainers. And what he is seeing is, how does this person treat the janitor? How does he treat the support staff? I mean, of course, he's going to treat the interviewers with respect because they can give him a job. How is he treating everybody else? So that's a little filter. They don't even know they've been tested already, and they have already been tested, right? So if they treat the janitor, my secretary staff, my administrative personnel, disrespectfully or they're dismissive to them, how are they going to treat your customers probably? So it's just a little filter. They put them through multiple filters like this. Now, this takes 2 minutes, 5 minutes to do. Then you bring them into the interview. You put them through the interview process. You can put them through the writing segment where they do the little presentation. But you need to have questions in the interview that are going to throw them off a little bit, because they're all expecting the same stuff, right? Tell us about yourself. Why do you want to work here? What skills do you bring? Why should we hire you over somebody else? Those kinds of questions. I've heard those a million times, and they expect them. Ask them, what do they know about WeGo? Oh, I really want to work here. Okay, tell me what you know about us. What do you know about our organization? Have they taken the time to do any research on your organization, what your mission statement is, what's your vision statement? What do you even do, right? One of the questions I would always ask is, give me 3 traits that you would bring to this job that would make you uniquely suited for this position. And they would list 2 or 3 things, whatever they are. So let's say they'd say they're punctual, they're honest, they're whatever. And I would just kind of note those down, and I would say, okay. A few questions later, I would stop and say, you know what? A few minutes ago, you told me that honesty was one of your key characteristics. Share with me an example of a time when you didn't have to be honest, but you were. When you told on yourself, or you stood up for somebody or a situation. Make them explain that to you. One of the things I'll ask them, particularly from a supervisor's point of view, I'll say, let me ask you a question. I'll say, how do you take constructive criticism? When a supervisor or somebody comes to you and they give you feedback on your job performance, or they give you some constructive criticism, how do you handle that? Now, what do you think they're going to say? They're not going to say they're going to stomp their feet and walk out and get mad, and, that's not what they're going to say, right? They're not going to say that because they know that's not what you want to hear. They're going to say what? I take it as a constructive feedback, and I learn from it, and I grow, and you're going to hear all that, right? Okay, so they've just committed to that. 10 minutes later in the interview, I'll stop and I'll look at them and I'll say these words. I'll say, stop, just stop. What would you say to me if I told you were doing a really bad interview right now? What am I trying to do?
See how they handle critical feedback.
Right. I just gave them some negative feedback, and I want to see how they handle that, because they just told me they would use it constructively to grow, to change, to get better. And now I just gave them some of that, and I want to see how they do it. I'm trying to force them to slip a little bit. I want to see what's really behind the mask that they're presenting to me. So, and then we got to know what we're looking for when we're hiring people. What are the traits we're looking for? It can't be just a feeling. I can't go, oh yeah, I really feel they'd fit in. What are we hiring this person to do? What are the traits, skills, and abilities that person needs to be able to do? And then we're looking for those things coming in the door. I can, pretty much all of your trainers will tell you, you can pretty much teach anybody to drive a bus. You can teach them to drive the bus. But teaching people to be great at customer service, that's a little harder. if they don't already come to the table with some of those abilities, that attitude, the desire to serve, then that's going to be much harder to teach them than it is to drive a bus. So what are we looking for in our candidates? Do they show some of those natural abilities already? And then are they open to and flexible to be trained? So it should be a multi-step process, not just, you're making a decision to bring somebody into your organization and affect your culture potentially in either a positive or a negative way in a 30 or 40-minute setting. And that just seems to me to be a very short period of time. Then the next phase of that, of course, is training. When they're brought in training, we have to trust our trainers to not only do a great job, but they should be constantly evaluating these folks. So when a trainer comes to their supervisor and says, listen, we're already getting pushback, we're already getting bad attitude, they're not showing up on time, all of these kinds of things, they're a probationary employee at this point. We need to cut our losses, hire slow and fire fast, and particularly when we're in this probationary period. If they're already giving you pushback, they're already not doing what you want them to do, they're not meeting expectations, even though you're trying to give them some feedback, and they've been with your organization 2 weeks or a day or 10 days, and you're already getting this attitude, man, you need to trust your trainers to make those decisions. Listen, if we keep this person, they're going to be they're going to be a disaster for us in the long term. And I know a lot of places we trust the trainers to impart the culture, to train these people to do these jobs, to drive these expensive buses, to take other people's lives in their hands, but we don't trust them to help us make some hiring and firing decisions. I know the trainer is not going to ultimately make that decision, but their input should have a great deal of input in saying, man, I don't think they're either not getting it, they don't want to get it, or already getting a lot of pushback from this person, and they've been here a couple days. That to me is a huge red flag. And I hear it all the time from trainers that, man, we identified this person early on in training as a potential problem. And of course, now years down the line, they are a potential problem. They are a problem, but because they've got some protection now, it's much harder to get rid of them. And when that could have been handled much earlier. And if we're picking the right people and train them really well, we're already beginning to build a great culture, and it's saving us all kinds of time, money, and effort in retraining, discipline, firing, arbitration. All those other issues can be just managed most of the time by making the right selection in the first place, right? So anybody got any feedback on all those things before we move on?
David Eiler has his hand up.
All right, David.
Yeah, one of the things I wanted to bring up, you got excellent points, and I agree with you 100%. And I'm glad that we got some instructors that are available here. But how would instructors, from their point of view, if they know that somebody is not going to be a good fit for the organization, but yet they're having to deal with, you got a quota. You have to fill so many classroom seats or have so many percentage of your class pass. Otherwise, you're not doing your job. There's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with training because you're not getting that quota. And also, again, this comes back to the culture, comes back to everything from the top down. The same with hiring process. Just like with everybody else, there's you have to get so many people to come in to the organization, and you have to hire so many people per month or per quarter to meet our goals. And if you're not meeting our goals, then are you doing a good job? And so then you get your pushback. Well, we need to try and get as many people as we can. We can all sit here and say all day long, we would love to go through and actually hire people that we thought were good fit for the organization. Can you physically do that and keep up with the turnover that occurs in a transit organization? I don't think so.
Well, I think if you put the horse before the cart, if you hire the right people in the first place, you're not going to have the turnover.
Actually, and you're right. You are 100% correct. but you got to start somewhere. And you already identified that, especially like with this turn down now, where we have to deal with COVID-19 and we're not having to have as many people as operators pushed out on the road and things like that. But
right,
trust. Go ahead.
So this can be seen as almost an opportunity to begin to retool and say, okay, now we're not, because I know, I was in Houston late last year, and they were 400 drivers down at one point. So, I mean, I understand the dilemma they were facing. Before COVID hit, we were at, under 3% unemployment. So, I mean, it was tough to find people to fill jobs, right? And then, so a lot of times they knew they were bringing in people that were not going to make it, or they were going to go out and they were going to do stuff to give the organization a black eye. So I appreciate that dilemma. Somewhere we're going to find the sweet spot in the middle. And the other thing is, if we create a great organization, we'll begin to draw to us the kind of people they will. It is one half of another now, because you're probably not having to hire the numbers you're having to hire before. You have some ability now to step back and create a system. But I don't know. I don't know if you have those metrics that you. Yes.
Did everybody just get a bad connection error from Bill and lose video and audio for a little while? Okay. Bill, I think that's on your end, and it looks like it's passed. Did you see a yellow symbol pop up on your screen or anything at any time?
No, I didn't. But
okay. I think we lost about 45 seconds of audio. I don't know how much of what you just said you remember.
Okay. Well, so I think the last thing I'd maybe have said that David heard was, we need to be hiring the right people, then we won't have that turnover, right? And as a result of, COVID-19, it may be an opportunity for a reset, since we're not, you're not having to hire the numbers to fill positions, I assume, that you were back in October. Because I was just with Houston Metro back in October of last year, and they were 400 drivers down. So they had 400 positions they needed to fill. And, I know to some extent they were accepting some people into the organization to be drivers that they knew weren't really going to be great at the job because they just needed to fill some of those positions. The goal would be hopefully to grow an organization where you don't have that kind of turnover all the time, by creating a place where people want to work, they want to stay, and we're selecting the right people. And by creating that kind of organization, we're drawing to us a group of people who already have kind of a passion for doing this kind of work. Because if they're just coming to get a paycheck and benefits, I'm not saying we're not going to maybe get some decent people out of that, but we're not going to get the kind what we're looking for. So maybe this is an opportunity to step back and start to select the right people. The other thing I was thinking is, I don't know if you have these metrics that David was mentioning, but I know if I've got good trainers or not. And just because we are filtering out more people than normal, if my trainers are coming to me and saying, this person's attitude is already bad, they're giving the training staff a hard time. I mean, that's got zero to do with training and more to do with the individual. I mean, this is a probationary employee, and they're already feeling entitled. I don't think that you can't judge the training staff on that. But if we're going to entrust the training staff to teach these people to drive a bus and serve the public and all the things that we're putting them in charge of, we got to trust them when they come to us and say, man, I don't think this person's a good fit, and here's why. Maybe even if that means the training manager has to come in and observe sometimes, or if you've got multiple trainers giving that kind of feedback. And then just because, we shouldn't be putting a quote on, we need to hire this many people. What if that many people aren't coming in the door? All we're doing is we're spending a lot of time, energy, and money training people, getting them CDLs, spending our money, and then just spinning our wheels. And so if that's all we're doing, we're not really accomplishing anything. Yeah, we are filling a position temporarily, and then we're getting somebody some skill sets that we're paying for that they're going to take somewhere else maybe, as opposed to picking somebody who's the right fit in the beginning. Is it a tough nut to crack? Yeah, I'm not saying it's not. But, I mean, as employment begins to go back up again, you're going to be faced with the same challenges. We need to be trying to find the right people for the right, to fit the job description and know what we're looking for. It just can't be arbitrary. It's got to be, we got to have some metrics. But it's a stepping process. Once we get there, we're constantly going to be backfilling. But, hopefully now we're only hiring 5 or 10% that are not a good fit, not, sometimes some organizations have turnovers that are 30, 40%. I mean, that's just astronomical amount of money and time. And you're almost better just paying the overtime to some of your folks than you are hiring people just to fire them or to lose them on probation or to have them get into situations that we have to let them go, wrecking buses or mistreating customers. I mean, one of those incidences where you have a customer who gets, assaulted by a driver or accosted some way or gets treated badly, I mean, you can't quantify what that's costing you, right? But you can certainly say, now, even if you go through all these processes, are you going to pick some employees who don't fit? Yeah, I mean, there's no 100% way of doing this where you're going to get everybody right, but we can certainly limit the turnover. And if you talk to anybody in human resources, they should be able to give you the real dollar figure of what it's costing to train and then let people go, because that's just a huge number. Rehiring and retraining is a big expense. And if we want to create the culture we want, we've got to pick and train the right people.
Hey, well, I want to add to that conversation a little bit.
Okay.
In the past couple of years, we definitely had a couple of times where the trainers came to us and they say, listen, this person is not a fit for this organization, just on behavior and attitude.
Right, and a lot of times it's just behavior.
Yeah, so that's one of the things where the company has to change the culture and the trust. Because in all of those cases, as far as I can remember, only one were terminated. The rest were kept on because the policy states they have to fail a test to be terminated. So that's where we need to change the culture and trust instructors to come with, when they tell us there's a problem, because some of those who they told us is a problem end up being a problem in the
Oh,
company.
sure. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
So maybe you got to, I don't know whether that's part of the labor contract. I would assume it's not, since they're probationary.
No, it's
right?
not yet. Yeah, not yet. So right now, I believe it's going to be from higher command in the company to make those decisions and allow the training department to, if we really see this is not going to be a fit for the department or for the company, we're going to need to cut our losses early.
Right, and I think so. What you would probably do, you'd have to get with HR to make sure that the decisions are not capricious and arbitrary. Right, there's got to be some metrics, something we're measuring. So that maybe the instructors, the students evaluate the instructors. Why not the instructors evaluate the students at the end of each course? And if I'm getting some feedback from all my instructors that student X is falling asleep in class, not participating, not engaging, has a bad attitude, is disrespectful to my training staff, is showing up late. I'm just documenting. So when I go to HR, I say, listen, this person's been here a week, and they're already giving signs of being an entitled employee who's been here 40 years, right? So once they have the protection of the union, how do you think they're going to behave?
Yeah, exactly.
And I know, because I've talked to training staffs all over the country, I know they all face this dilemma where they've literally had students damn near threaten them in class, push back at them, call them names, get in their face, challenge them right there. So what do you think they're going to do to a first-line supervisor once they have protection?
Not just that, also to the public.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So public they're going to treat the public totally disrespectfully because and they're already walking the door. Now I don't see how that person slips through your interview process, but okay, they did some state management for 40 minutes and slipped through your interview. Now they've been handed to the training staff. Every day that they show up is an evaluation. Every day. Are they wearing the uniform properly? Are they showing up on time? Are they engaging in participating in training? Are they not responding to training? Are they aggressive with staff? You know, all those things. So you create something to document that so that you can take it to HR and say, you know, this person's going to be a disaster. If we let them out of this training process and they get into the union and they get off probation, they're going to be a nightmare for us, supervisors, and for the public that we serve. And see, I would always fall back on the same thing. You know, if we are picking these drivers to serve the public and serve the mission statement that we're meant to serve, this person is not the right fit for that mission.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And so that's definitely something that we're going to have to, this is going to have to come from top management.
Well, I mean, you may have to somebody's may have to take it to them.
Yeah, we're going to have to start the process. Because like I said, for right now, even the ones who actually right now fail tests, it takes a lot of discussion and explaining from my side, why did I fire the guy? And that should not even be a discussion.
Well, no, if they fail the test, which is what your standard is, there should be no question. They're terminated, they're gone, and you shouldn't even have to. That should be a no-brainer. Because so what we're now saying is the rules don't mean anything.
Mm-hmm.
There's no accountability. They're arbitrary. You know, some people we fire if they fail a test. Some people we don't fire if they fail a test.
And that's what you can't do.
Well, absolutely you can. Not only is that an internal problem, that could be a legal problem. Okay? I mean, holy cow. So if somebody decides to file a lawsuit and say, hey, wait a minute, this guy flunked the test, they didn't fire him, but I flunked the test and they fired me, I mean, that's a lawsuit in the bag. I mean, that's a no-brainer. So once you got to once you set up the parameters, this goes back to some earlier comments about, you know, your upper management supporting you.
Mm-hmm.
If not now, so just imagine a student who knows they've broken some rules that they should have been terminated for, and they have not been. You have just empowered that person.
Exactly.
They are going to be totally unmanageable. Right? And I can't even imagine the poor supervisor who gets that person to deal with for the next 5 years or whatever. That would be horrible. They're going to have to start documentation on day one. Right? So, I mean, this is how you build a culture. But that comes back to trust again, right? Trusting upper management to back you up.
Yes.
You know, you guys as middle management all working together, trusting each other. Yes. Knowing you've got each other's backs. You're all on the same page. Because David, I think, mentioned the fact that information gets siloed. You know, everybody builds their own little kingdoms and they don't want to share, right? If we're all working towards the same mission, there should be cross-cultural collaboration. Every division of the organization at middle management should be meeting, you know, at least quarterly to make sure we're all doing the same things that support one another and we're all on the same page, right? If not, you can address those things. So, I mean, everybody should be getting together and meeting. Now, for me, I don't want to go too far off on this, but meetings for me are run very specifically. Number one, when I had a meeting with my staff, there were no chairs in the room, ever. Nobody got to sit down because we're not going to be here long. The meeting had an agenda. We followed the agenda, and the meeting had a timeline. This meeting is going to last 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, we are out of here. I know so many people who go to so many meetings, they don't have any time to actually execute any of the stuff that they talk about in the meeting because they're doing nothing but running to meetings all day long. You know, people should not come into a meeting and set all their stuff down like they're camping out. We're going to walk in the room. We're going to discuss what's on this agenda. It's going to take 30 minutes. So let's say that Mornay comes up with a topic and he goes, man, this is really okay, Mornay, that is a great topic. We're going to put it on the agenda for the next meeting, but I'm not going to let you derail this meeting. These are the things that are important today, and this is what we're going to focus on. So when we meet, we have an agenda, a timeline, we keep it lean, and then we come up with 2 or 3 things that we're going to do, and we go out and do those things, right? But if you're doing nothing but running from meeting to meeting to meeting to meeting, I mean, you're just spinning your wheels again, right? So we should have cross-cultural collaboration and build trust at every level, from up to top, so middle to up to down, and then from middle to the boots on the ground. So there's trust built all the way across. And that's part of the culture, is transparency. We know what's coming. We know what's expected of us. We know what the mission is. We trust everybody to do their part. When they don't do their part, they're held accountable. Accountability is a key piece, too, of a great organization. So whether that accountability is you fail a test, you're fired, right? Or these are the expectations we have of you and you're not fulfilling them. You know, I may coach you through that. I may try to give you support. But at the end of the day, the hardest part of being a middle manager is holding people accountable, because sometimes we feel like we got to be the bad guy. But, you know, that's what management is, holding people accountable for doing what we expect them to do. So anybody got anything want to add to that?
Chelsea, Arvin, Chris Vick, and I believe Richard Roberts all had icons up at some point.
Okay, cool.
Start with Chelsea.
Chris Vick did an applause. But Chelsea has a check by her name, so we'll check on Chelsea.
That check was just to say yes, that he cut out for 45 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Who's up next on the list?
Okay. Just give me some statement. You said Richard Roberts as well, Ben?
Yeah. Mr. Roberts, did you have something you wanted to chime in on? I saw your hand up.
Well, the thing is about the hiring, you know, and holding people accountable and just hiring to be hiring, you know, there's some people that got removed because from the interview process, they're not hiring enough, like David was stating. When you go through X amount of people and you're looking for somebody that is a good fit for the company, then the company comes back and tells you you're not hiring enough. And like Mornay said, you know, if they have one person that's fired out of that whole group that gives the training department problems, where does that issue lie? That does not lie with us. That lies with upper management telling us that, hey, no, hire these people anyway. Bring them in. We need bodies. You know, to change a culture like you are trying to get us to do and lead us down that path, everybody's got to change this culture.
Right.
And we've got to bring people in that are going to fit and work, not just to have a body in a position. And sometimes you're going to be a little inconvenience on the front end of not having enough people or paying more overtime out, like you stated.
Yes.
I would rather pay the overtime than to bring somebody in that's going to take away from my day to have to deal with their insubordinate issues all day long or all week long.
Well, I mean, or their entire career.
Exactly. But
and somebody said this earlier, that 20% that are like that, they affect and infect that 60%. Because one or two people, depending on the size of the team, man, they can be like a cancer, right? And they can just eat away at morale. They can eat away at esprit de corps, teamwork. They can destroy a team. You know, in team research, you know, one of the things they tried to do is they would have a great team. Let's say that's a 6-person team, and these people are working together really well. They're passionate. They all have their strengths, and they support one another where their weaknesses are. And they would find a toxic team member on another team, and they would bring the toxic team member into the really strong team, thinking that the 6 strong team members would bring the 7th weaker one or toxic one up. What do you think they discovered?
That's not going to work.
It doesn't work.
Exactly.
The seventh person who's toxic destroys the team.
Yep. Especially if you have smaller teams, less than 10 in a group, it's much easier for one toxic person to destroy the entire team than when you have a team of 50 with one or two toxic ones. That's
right, because you can mitigate their impact on that size of a team. But I think if I was right, I think it's your guys. Each one of your frontline supervisors manages about 20 people. Is that right? Is that right, Ben? Something like that.
David. Yeah, as part of the team.
Yes, so you have about 20 people underneath you.
Yeah, but we also will monitor and manage about 156 people on the road at one time.
Right, because you're out there kind of covering for everybody for that shift or whatever.
But for the most part, we do have teams, and we are divided into about 20 members per team.
Okay, so but I mean, think about it. Even 2 or 3 people in a 20-person team. I mean, they can really start to eat away pretty quickly because your other 17 members are looking at their behavior and going, okay, they're not being held accountable. I show up and I put my best foot forward and I do all the things that are expected, and I get the same pay they get, and they're not carrying their weight. Eventually, even if your good team members don't want to do these things, sometimes it just begins to happen, right? They're not consciously maybe sometimes making these decisions, but they're looking at these 3 bad actors, and they're in their mind, they're just saying, why should I put all this effort forward? Now, your 20% of your superstars, they will never do that because it's who they are. But that other 60%, man, they are more susceptible to being influenced. And unfortunately, bad influence tends to take easier than good influence does. There's a whole psychology behind that, but I watch some people get away with some behavior, and I think, man, why should I why should I work so hard and not get? This goes back to an earlier comment where we're talking about showing appreciation and acknowledgement. We can salvage some of those people and keep them from sliding off the rails by giving them feedback and acknowledgement and appreciation on a fairly regular basis. So they at least know that we notice they're doing a good job. But you're right, there is going to be some inconvenience in the beginning of doing it the right way. It's not easy. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it. Any other comments for anybody on that, Ben?
Not that I'm seeing. Did you see anybody else?
I do not. I think we're good to move forward.
Okay, so then mindset, we've kind of already talked about. This is having people coming to the job for the right reasons, having a great attitude, having a passion for doing this job, bringing the best of themselves to work every day. And, they've got to see this when they go through the interview process. They got to see this in the interviewers. The trainers have to display it. Mid-level management everybody has to display this great attitude towards the job, the organization, and the public that we serve. Because if I got, trainers or leaders or management out there bad-mouthing the customer, bad-mouthing the organization, and then they step in front of a group and start talking about, these are the things we stand for, we have to lead by example. And people can see, even though it's invisible, people can see our attitudes. Attitudes are critical, and they can see kind of what our mindset is towards our work by the way we perform it. So, we've got it, meaning management, leadership, trainers, we got to display this really positive, mindset towards the job that we do. And no matter, how tough things get, how difficult, how sometimes frustrating they can be, we can't ever let that slide on ourselves, because if it does, the people that we're leading see it, and then they will begin to emulate what they see us do. That's where I always tell my teams, this is what I expect from you, and I'm going to hold you accountable. This is what you can expect from me, and I want you to hold me accountable. Because I may think I'm walking the walk, but maybe they see it differently. So I always gave them the flexibility and the autonomy to come in and talk to me openly, respectfully about, maybe some of my leaders, maybe I thought I'm doing the right thing, and they see it a little differently. So we can have a conversation where I can explain maybe why I do certain things, or maybe I have to have enough self-awareness, and I've got to be humble enough to go, I think you might be right. I could be doing this a little better. That's great leadership, being able to know when you're not doing things really well. And when people bring that, so if I have one of my team come to me and say, we've noticed, and if they have a legitimate point, I need to accept that. I apologize. You know what? You're right. I can do it better. The second I do that, how much trust have I built with them? I mean, it's exponential, right? It's huge. And now they know that I'm not just telling them to do one thing and I'm living by a different set of rules. Because, when we see that in the public eye, what do we think about people who say one thing and do another? I mean, they just have no credibility, do they? Right? So we don't want to be that. Preparation, we always got to be ready, have everything, have all of our ducks in a row, be organized as an organization and as an individual. Transmission means how we communicate the message of the organization and the mission, and we'll talk more about communication a lot more tomorrow. Inclusion, what I'm talking about there is allowing everyone to put their 2 cents into the organization, their ideas, their thoughts. We may not be able to act on them. They may look like good ideas. They may sound like good ideas. Maybe they are great ideas. We just can't do them today, right? But actually listening to people when they have ideas, because, your operators out on the road driving the bus every day, they see things we don't see. They may come up with some great ideas for us. Having an open door and the flexibility for them to walk in and be able to share ideas with you and go, man. And when an idea is great, right, we need to acknowledge the idea. We need to acknowledge who gave us the idea, and they get the credit for it. You know what? As a great leader, you always give the credit to your team, right? You're leading the team, but because, and your ability to give them the flexibility and make sure that they have everything that they need and support from you, right? And you've transmitted the mission very clearly to them, and now they're doing that and coming back with feedback for you that's helping you do the job better, man, you give the team all of the recognition for all of the great things that are happening. Fatigue, basically that, and all of us can get fatigued in delivering on the mission, right? So this is where we pick up for each other. We back each other up. We have each other's back. As a supervisor, one of the things I always told my people was, when you're right, I will always be 100% behind you. Even if upper management disagrees, I will have your back. I will always go to the mat for you when you're right. When you're wrong, I'm going to be just as adamant about when you're wrong. But when you're right, and you're right, and I think you're right, and we can show that you're right, I will never back down from you. Now, they may override me, right, because I have supervisor too, but I will always write things up, and I will always give you the support that you need from me. I will always have your back, and I want them to know that. That way, if they go out and they make a decision, and maybe it's the wrong decision, but I know they were trying to make it for the right reason, they were doing the best they could with the tools and the training they had, I'm going to be there for them. Now, if they go out and they do something that's really ridiculous or something that they know is not right, I'm going to hold them accountable at the same level, right? So, but anybody can become fatigued with the mission. This is where we have each other's back and we pick up. This is where we close the gate, even though we didn't leave it open. We always have each other, so we're supporting one another. Discipline, this comes back to accountability. Documentation. Have all of your ducks in a row, know exactly what targets you're trying to hit, and when people aren't meeting expectations, we hold them accountable when we follow whatever disciplinary process that the organization has laid out for us. But we also, as middle managers, got to know that our upper management has our back, and they're going to support us when we make these decisions based on facts that we have in front of us. And then resiliency, by being a great organization, it gives us the ability, by doing these things well, it gives us the ability to bounce back when things don't go the way we want them to go or mistakes have been made. That's what resiliency is, the ability to come back even stronger than so if something happens and it was a mistake that gets made at whatever level, as an organization, we have the power to change back. It's like Ben said, we don't have to change our name, right? we can survive it because we've built not only a culture of trust inside the organization, but we've built one with our customers. So when mistakes get made, our customers are willing to give us the benefit of the doubt because they know we really care, because we have built that kind of an organization. We want to do that, so we want that inside and outside. Can you have that level of trust with your customers if you don't have it inside the organization? If you guys don't even trust each other, will the customers trust you? No. No organization can outperform its employees. If the employees hate where they work, they don't trust the people they work for, no matter how hard they try to go out there and deliver a great service, some of that's going to bleed out. It's going to bleed over, that they don't really like the organization they work for. They're not satisfied in this place. They don't think it's as great a place as it could be. Even when they're trying hard, you can see some of that bleeds out. Because if the employee feels like they're being overlooked, mistreated, not treated with respect and dignity, are they going to go out and treat your customers that way? So with those things said, does anybody have anything you want to add to those things? Because these are the traits of great organizations, these 8 or 10 things.
Hand his hand up.
Okay, we get there, Richard.
We'll check to see if he still has something to say.
Well, I was thinking just a minute ago about wording and things that we need to say when we're talking to people and our people that ride our buses and stuff. You know, we talk about a job. To me, I've always grown up to look at the place that you are. You got a job and you have a career.
Right.
I'm looking at the people that I'm working with right here, right now, that's just in this training class right now. We have all made a career here at this company.
Correct.
And, you know, we need to, instead of telling people, do you want to keep your job? The word job needs to go away.
Right, because it's just by saying that, you're telling them it's a low level of expectation, right?
Exactly, and that's what I say. And if you tell people, you know, this is your career, they're apt to be more receptive to change. Like you said a second ago, or earlier this morning, that people are scared of change.
Yeah,
and they are. But if you sit there and you tell them, hey, you know, this is our careers here, and the only way we're going to make our career better is to be as one.
Right.
And if you can get them to buy into this is a career, not really buy in, that's a bad choice of words, is to accept that this is their career, then you're going to have better participation. You're going to have better use of everything that we have, our time, our management skills, everything that we have. And like right now, even some of the people that are in upper management still look at us in middle management as this is our job.
Right.
You know, yes, this is our job, but technically it's our career.
Right, because when you say the word career, what you're saying is you're in it for the long haul, right? And it's about the future, and you're investing in the future. So I think when you talk to your employees about, man, listen, this is a great place to work. This is a great place to grow. You can go as far as you want to go here. There's lots of opportunity, right? Instead of threatening their job or talking about this is your job, because I agree, job is a low-end term. And when I think of the word job, it's something I can switch out just as easily as I can my clothing, right? Yeah, I'll go get another job, right? But when I'm invested in this thing and this organization, now I want to help make positive change because I'm going to be here for the long haul. And I want to, not only be part of that, but I want to benefit from those positive changes, right? So language matters. It does. The way we present things, the way we say things, the way we get people to do things, getting them to buy into the idea and accept, hey, if somebody came here just because they wanted a job, they're probably only going to be there 3 or 4 years max, and then they're going to be gone because they're going to be this for them is just a stopping point to something else, right? So our goal is to try to identify those people early on that either they don't necessarily they don't see it as a career yet. Our goal is to help them see it that way. So now we get the long-term investment. There's less turnover, and they are going to engage at a higher level and and they're going to perform better because they've invested their energy, their time, their passion here, right? And this is not just a disposable income for them right now. This is something more than that, and that's what we want to see. And is transportation? See, I think there's 2 ways to live your life. You can get from the day or you can get through the day. And if you're getting through the day, that's a job mentality, okay? Getting from the day is a career mentality. And I'm not criticizing what other people do. We need butchers and bakers and candlestick makers, right? Everybody's got to do something. But there are some careers that have much more impact on the quality of people's lives than others. And, when you think about those careers, you think about transportation, education, policing, firefighting, the military, taking care of the elderly, working in the medical field. Those are careers that directly impact the quality of people's lives, not only in the moment, but long term. So I think when people see, and transportation is clearly one of those fields, right? I mean, we as in this industry are impacting the direct quality of a lot of people's lives, aren't we? I mean, getting them to work, into school, right, into their doctor's appointments. This is how they live their lives. This is their only mode of transportation. And so they deserve for that to be done with a great deal of passion and energy, right? To be done with a great attitude. It should be safe. It should be pleasant experience. It should add to their lives. So what we do makes a difference. It has meaning. It has purpose. And I think when people realize that what they do is more than just a paycheck, they will always serve at a much higher level, if only by accident, because they know this means something. If I go to McDonald's today and they don't have an extra Big Mac for me, it ain't going to change my life, right? Well, maybe it will for the better, right? But, it's not life or death whether a hamburger gets made. But what we do every day does impact life and death. Getting to the doctor, getting to school. Somebody might be on their way to a very important job interview, and us getting them there on time is critical for them, right? I mean, we impact lives. And so I think when we impart that to the people as they come into the organization, as we train them, and as we supervise and mentor and coach them, right, they realize, man, we're serious about this, and this is more than a job, right? And I totally agree that the way we present the material is really critical. So I know we're about 10 minutes past, Ben, so let's take about a 10-minute break.
Go back at about 1:20.
Okay. I'm making
Hey, Timothy, this is Felicia. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. How are you?
Good. I'm well. Look, are you able to turn on your video?
No, I don't have video on this particular computer because my laptop is in the shop.
All is well. All is well. I just also wanted to make sure that you can hear us and we can hear you.
Yes, I can hear everything that's going on.
Is that a stormtrooper behind you, Felicia?
That is a old Halloween basket.
Looks like I thought it was like a Star Wars thing.
It is. My baby's younger days. He just soon go with a Walmart bag nowadays if he goes at all. He'll just Walmart bag up.
Oh, that's hilarious.
You can always put more in a Walmart bag.
A lot more candy.
David, I love that background, by the way. It looks like a Taco Bell from 1994.
Yeah, yeah. I was going to ask him what that was, too, like Legos or something.
They added a bunch of new features with this update. Looks like David found it for us.
Are you guys jealous of my new home?
Yes, we all want to live in is that an Escher painting you're residing in now? Is that is in Escher?
Do you like my house?
Absolutely.
David, if I look at your house and I look at my place where I am, I'm not jealous at all, man.
yeah. I'll take the Bahamas.
I didn't want to have everything that everybody else had. I wanted something different. And here I am, being different. Not that that's my norm, and I'm glad you all can't hear Cynthia in the background.
So with this new format, you can put different backgrounds in there, Ben.
Yeah, it was in there in the old one, but it was just 2 or 3, and they've apparently added a whole bunch of different ones. So if you're in, I don't know, wherever you may be hiding, you can hide it even better apparently now.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
I'm not at home.
Now, if you go up to your window and it presents a circle with 3 dots, and you click on it, and then it says change virtual background. Click on it, and you have to download the virtual backgrounds and just hit download. Once you've done it, then it gives you about nine options that you can choose from. But I'm sure eventually they'll allow us to put whatever option we can put together to put in there.
Nothing could ever go wrong with that.
No, not at all.
No,
Cynthia's in the background saying, "I hope not."
Yeah.
Let's see. I think we're 5 after. I think we should probably go ahead and hit
Okay,
roll.
is everybody back?
Yeah.
So let's move on to what are some of the traits of great leaders. We talked earlier about Ben was sharing his story about a leader that wasn't so great and some of his traits. What are some?
Hey, Bill, we lost you.
Great leader.
Disconnected. Hold on just a second, man.
Okay.
Give it a second. Yeah, you got a warning light there. All right. All right, Bill, give that a shot now.
Okay, so let's talk about what are some of the traits of great leaders. These are some of the ones I've identified. I would just want to kind of get some feedback from what you guys think are some of the traits of great leaders before I share some of the ones that I've identified. So what do you think are some of the traits of really good leaders that you've either worked for or ones that you wish wouldn't have been displayed. But I mean, a lot of times we've all worked for bad leaders. Some of us have worked for good ones too. What are some of the differences, and what are some of the ones that you identified were good traits that you really liked and wanted to carry into your careers?
So I saw
Go
Kim
ahead, Kim.
up first.
Yeah,
so.
Kim, hands up.
Okay, I think good leadership is someone who would listen, and as you had mentioned not too long ago, they're willing to accept new ideas and not just stick with old stuff just because that's the way it's been. And as we already mentioned, someone that will build their team and add value to the team.
Okay. Anybody else want to add anything else?
Richard, I saw your hand go up.
Well, it was. I was basically saying the same thing as Miss Kim did, as she said, but also a leader coming into a new role from outside the company also needs to actually watch, look, learn, and listen, because there are things that they don't know, and then they seem to be in practice. A past practice type deal, then they get frustrated because that's the way you're doing it. And yes, there's always new ways to do it, but ask why you're doing it a particular way, and then say, okay, well, just because past management says that's what we need to do, well, we're going to change that moving forward. A leader does not come in and automatically drop a hammer down because that's the way you've done something for all these years.
Right.
Us in middle management, we do not have the authority to change policy or practices that are set by prior management. So with that being said, a good leader is going to ask you, not dictate to you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's almost like if they're coming in from outside, they need to spend, I don't know, what that amount of time would be, but at least a significant amount of time kind of trying to get a feel for what's going on. And this is like they need to observe, listen, ask questions, kind of figure out before they just walk in and try to start changing things. Because like you said, there might be reasons that they're not aware of why. So, you have to kind of come in and step back, find a.
Say something for me, Bill.
Okay. Is that okay?
I think you caught back up. Yeah, you probably. Something tells me you've got you're near a school zone or something like that. You've got neighbors and children.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw Richard start to spin there a little bit. The little spinny thing came up. So, yeah, I just think, new leaders need to walk in and step back for a little bit and give themselves some time to assimilate, figure out what's going on and why, ask some good questions, surround themselves with some good people. And then once they identify kind of, where they fit into this mission and how their team's going to do that, then they begin to implement change, but it's got to be slow. I think, what Richard was saying, you just can't walk in and start changing things wholesale. That's going to get immediate resistance, and, there could be a certain lack of understanding. So a good leader, especially if they're coming from outside the organization, is going to give themselves some time. Anybody else?
Burgess, I see your hand up. Gabriel?
Yeah, I want to agree with what Bill was saying, but also piggyback on what Richard and Kim were saying. Also, a great leader is a person that has been where we were at when we were middle management. They just didn't become, senior management just a snap of a finger. They had to go work from the ground up as we did. So also seeing that where we came from, they can understand and see some of our plights and see our concerns and see some of our issues that we would like to be addressed and try to make the company a better place.
So let's say, Gabriel, to piggyback off that. So let's say they come in from, they've not been in transportation before, but they've been in industries similar or whatever. How can they, without actually having done some of the jobs, how can they, in your mind, how can they build some of the bona fides and some of the legitimacy for themselves, not having actually done it? I mean, are there some ways, some things they can do to, mitigate that and say, okay, yeah, you're right, I haven't driven a bus like you have. So what is it if they don't have that, if they don't bring that, but they bring other abilities, what can they do to bridge that gap, do you think, in the minds of the people they're supervising?
Well, like you said, we'll probably talk about it more tomorrow, but, it's been brought up here in spots. One is communication. Communication is the great key to everything.
Yeah,
and
right.
Two, a great listener, being able to listen to the people that are actually doing the work or who have done the work. And three, just being a great learner. By that, going out and riding along with the driver, riding along with the supervisor, hanging out with the operations manager or communications manager or the special event manager or whoever. Just having those three elements will make up for not being able to have those particular traits of transportation. So if you're a great communicator, a great listener, and a great motivator and a great doer, that will suffice with in those areas that you lack in.
I think this is just me, knowing that, if you've hired somebody in a leadership position, they're being paid a lot sometimes and their time is valuable. But I also think maybe them even sitting through the onboarding process with your drivers as if they were, they're coming to the organization new, seeing what going through that process with them, sitting through, how long is onboarding for you guys? What does that take?
It's 4 to 6 weeks, I believe. Fee, is that right? I always get confused on that last week. Forgot if that's a hold.
Onboarding is just do it in one day. So admin employees orientation is part of that one day.
So would there be some benefit, Mornay, of maybe somebody coming in from outside the organization, sitting through at least parts of your training process so they can kind of see, they may not bring all that wealth of driving information, but at least they're showing the desire to understand the organization from the bottom up. But do you think that would have some benefit?
Yes, there is benefit, and we have some admin employees who came in the past that actually came through and sat in some of our classes to see what's going on and how to. But it'll be a good thing for a lot of them to come in and see what's going on, especially if they come in from the outside and they're going to be an admin employee. They're coming from a different environment. For example, they come from a financial background or something. They're going to be the new procurement manager, just for an example. It will be good for them to see what's going on the ground and understand how the systems work. So we had some that voluntarily come and sit in some of our classes to see what we train and how it's going, but that doesn't happen all the time.
Because I think that's great for me to, especially if I'm in upper level management, above frontline supervisor, it would help me to have an understanding of how the operators see things, of how, my ground level employees are seeing things, their perspective, and what we're actually teaching them to do and how we want them to perform the job. Because I think a lot of times there's a lot of disconnect there, right? What somebody at the top thinks we're doing and what we are actually doing sometimes. If you've got management that can drive a bus, I think what's wrong with them hopping on a bus and taking a route once a month, driving a bus, that way they don't forget, because it's really easy to forget what doing the job is like the longer you don't do it, isn't it? I mean, I used to drive a bus 20 years ago. Okay, I mean, I respect that, but I think all leadership needs to get out in the field on a much more regular base than they do. They need to walk the platform, ride the buses, drive the doggone things if they know how. Even if it's for special events. You got a special event going on, why can't they drive some of those buses? So they interact with customers. They see what the drivers have to deal with every day, day in and day out. They see how, the culture has changed in transportation a little bit. A lot of times their memories of what it used to be like isn't what it's like anymore. So they can at least have a better understanding. They can relate better to their drivers and the people they supervise. And, it may even help them see where some changes need to be made. And they can appreciate, some of the challenges that the drivers have to face every single day, where it's easy to forget. When I was at the upper level management of the police department, I made my sergeants, my lieutenants, they would go out and they would get in a cruiser and they would take calls for service. And they were not allowed to let dispatch know who they were, because of course that's going to change how they're treated and the kind of calls they're going to get. So they were not permitted to do that. They would get on the board, they would put themselves up as a crew, and they would take calls for a whole day. And they were required to do that at least once a month, because I didn't want them to ever forget what it's like to do the job, because it's so easy to do. The further you get removed from it, it's really easy to forget what some of your people have to put up with every day. And then we try to hold them accountable for doing things that they really can't do. It's just not even not possible, but we expect it. Once you do it, you go, oh, okay, now I see why we can't do that, right? So I think keeping them grounded in reality is a really good idea. And that's where I think what the gentleman just before you was talking about, is them being good learners. Sometimes self-awareness is knowing what we don't know and trying to find out what it is we do. Find out, hey, I've got a lack of awareness here, a gap. I need to learn that. I need to help, go find somebody who does it. Maybe spend time with your frontline supervisor, see what they have to do every day. So I'm never forgetting that this is a team effort. And it's not just me sending down information and everybody doing it. I got to kind of get their take on how things go too. So I think those are really good points. And communication is always a key to that.
Felix, you had your hand.
Oh, no, I was just going to chime in on what Gabe was saying, but Bill touched on it. I was going to say just show empathy by, exhibiting a willingness to understand, even you may not have the background or know how to do something, just by showing that you're willing to put yourself out there and understand and empathize with what people are going through. I think that goes a long way. But I'll just throw in, optimism, positivity. I think that's, to me, it's very important. Early in my career, I had a supervisor that had a gift for looking on the bright side and turning issues and obstacles into opportunities, which I always thought it was great. It didn't always translate into or pan out as we would have hoped, but the ability to gives you the confidence that this may be actually something we can tackle, or it may not be as bad as we think. A different perspective that actually motivates you to not be a downer, but just try to tackle something and make the best out of it, and actually turn it into something good.
I think optimism, empathy is always a great tool, right? Because if people feel that you're understanding what they're dealing with, that's a big deal. And you're right. Maybe I haven't driven a bus as long as you have, and maybe I haven't done that job. But at least you see me trying to understand. So at least I'm getting the benefit of the doubt. And optimism is always a powerful tool. Yes, things may not work out the way we want, but it's like, I don't know, it's a lot of people spend a lot of time in their lives and in their careers complaining, whining, and bitching about things, and that doesn't change anything. It never makes them better. I always liken it to, it's like having a flat tire on the freeway. You can get out and complain about it and then change the tire, or you can just get out and change the tire, right? So you can waste 10 minutes complaining and being mad about it, or just get on with it. And I think that you say, okay, it's not what I wanted. What can we make out of this situation? How do we turn this into an opportunity? If it's a challenge, if nothing else, this challenge may show us a blind spot that we did not know we had. So now at least it may not turn out this time the way we want, but next time it won't happen because we know it's there. So there's always a way to turn something into something better than it was. A lot of times it's not going to be exactly what we want it to be, but optimism is never a bad. I saw the little circle.
yeah, there we go. Cool. Yeah, just give it a second. It looks like it popped back up. That's live.
Okay. So we've already talked about this. We're not going to spend a lot of time on it. So is there anybody else that has anything to add to this conversation, Ben or Felicia? Okay. So we've talked about this multiple times, being a great communicator. We're going to spend a lot of tomorrow talking about that, so I'm not going to waste a lot of time on it today. But being a really clear, concise, powerful communicator that can get your message across in a way that gets people to buy into the idea and participate, that's just a critical skill, particularly in leadership. In life, communications is a great skill. The better you are at communicating your ideas, your thoughts, empathizing with other people, understanding how they're viewing things, always a good set of skills. And we'll talk more about how to achieve that tomorrow. The other thing I think for me is somebody I know I can trust. Trustworthiness is invaluable. If I know that what they say they mean, what they say they're going to do, and I've built this level of trust with them, and they trust me and I trust them, you can't overvalue trust. Because if they trust me and I know that they know I trust them, I can walk away from a project or an assignment and know that the people I've entrusted it to are going to do it to the best of their ability. They may not do it the way I do it. They may not do it the way I want, but they're going to go do the best they can. And they're going to get the mission accomplished. So building that level of trust and communication is a critical key to that. Part of that is transparency. But building trust individually with your team and team members by setting expectations, knowing what they're going to be held accountable for, having them hold you accountable, and then giving them the mission and letting them execute it. When they make mistakes, we coach, we educate, we fix things, and we move forward. Those are growth opportunities. And by doing that, you're building the kind of team and the type of organization that you want. Does anybody want to comment on trust at all? Okay. And then transparency I've talked about already. Transparency is being very clear in your communication, your expectations, your ideas, your mission, right? The way you communicate needs to be very clear because no one likes to be kept in the dark. We talked last time we did this, we had some trainers, and sometimes the trainers were finding out about policy changes, from students or from other people. They're like, oh, we've changed that policy? See, that's a lack of transparency. So especially when we're going to roll out big changes or new ideas, we need to, decide how we're going to roll those things out and be very clear and transparent about that. Because if there is uncertainty, if there's a lack of transparency in communication, or there's a lack of consistency in communication, which is part of transparency, if they don't know what's going on, somebody, either they're going to fill in the gaps or somebody's going to fill in the gaps for them. And that's never going to be a good thing because people tend to always think of the worst case scenario of things. I mean, you ever wake up in the middle of the night with chest pains, you think you're dying, right? Immediately it's a heart attack. No way in the world it's just indigestion. That's how our brains kind of run. So the more transparent and clear we are about what's happening, right, the better things flow. Because if people don't know, they shouldn't come in and get hit with this big change they didn't even know was coming because they're immediately there's going to be some anxiety about that. There's going to be some resistance to it. And then if they don't know what's going on, those gaps are going to get filled in by fellow employees or peers or gossip, and that's going to get backfilled, and they're going to that's going to be a nightmare because you're going to have a lot of disinformation or misinformation. So there needs to be a consistent methodology that new information is passed on through each division, and it's got to be some methodology that's accountable so that when people get information, they've signed off on it, we know they've got it. You can't just be posting it on a bulletin board. There's got to be some system for the information as it comes out, that it's clear and transparent, but it's also consistent in the way it's delivered. So does anybody have anything you want to add to that? Or have they experienced a lack of transparency?
No, we're good. So,
okay, consistent and fair. This is one of the things that I think that I've heard a lot when I talk to employees, drivers, is they feel that sometimes discipline or behavior is not judged consistently and fairly across the organization. That some people get treated differently than others. And as a frontline supervisor, this can be a challenge because we're now supervising people we used to work with, and they want to try to play on that relationship to get us to not hold them as accountable. We need to make sure that whatever we're doing as an organization and as a frontline supervisor is consistent and fair, where everybody's held to the same standards, they're all accountable in the same way, it's all documented the same way, because that it's not only the right thing to do, it's the legally right thing to do. Because if you do end up having to discipline someone or terminate them, you can show consistency and fairness across the board. So it doesn't look like it's just capricious and unplanned. It's just, all over the place. Unfortunately, most of the time, a lot of the time, I don't want to say most, but a lot of the time, it is not done consistently for a variety of reasons. Sometimes it is the frontline supervisor not doing their job. Other times, it can be management not backing up frontline supervisors. A lot of this consistency and fairness is kind of across the organization. So I think it was Richard I was talking to. Sometimes he's responsible for 165 employees on the street at any one time. So, when it comes to employees, consistency is critical because the driver shouldn't come into work going, hey, who's supervisor tonight? Right? Because, oh, it's Richard. Okay, when I say it's Richard, that means one set of rules apply. And then if it's Supervisor X, another set of rules apply. That should never happen. It should always be consistent. And this is where, as frontline supervisors, you guys being all on the same page together, doing things the same way. Now, you're going to have your own personality traits about how you do things, but the way the rules are enforced, the way things are handled should be pretty consistent across the board. Because if not, you're going to say, well, so-and-so does it, or this supervisor lets me do it, or whatever, and then there's a breakdown because it's really hard to discipline somebody when yesterday a different supervisor told them that was okay, or we were going to look the other way when that happened, and then you come in behind them and try to hold them accountable for things they're expected to do when other supervisors are looking the other way. You're now undermining each other all the time. Now, I don't know if this happens with you guys, but I'd like to hear about some of the stuff that, if this does happen, what we can do to fix it. Because what I've noticed is that this tends to be part of the reality of transportation, is that there tends to be a wide variety of management styles are going to be a little different. Okay, and I appreciate that because we're all different people. But the rules need to be applied consistently. And I've noticed just riding buses in organizations, I've seen situations handled quite differently by different supervisors in the same organization.
Go ahead, Kim.
I guess everyone that is contributing to the problem or the issue need to be brought to the table. So you have your supervisors that's letting stuff ride. They need to be corrected or addressed. And then you have the employees who's trying to get over that needs to be addressed as well. So I guess everybody would have to be brought to the table.
Yeah, and it's going to be really hard to hold the employee accountable when they can legitimately point to the fact that supervisors are, tacitly allowing the behavior. They either notice it and they don't address it, or they pretend like they don't see it, or they're just not doing their job, which is out supervising. I mean, I don't know. I mean, everybody's got different situations, but I've been in organizations where the supervisor will get on duty, get in their van or their car and go hide for the day. You can't even find them. Even if you call them on the radio, they won't answer, right? But so the first group of people that really have to deal with this are the frontline supervisors. They should be all on the same page together. They should be meeting, I would say weekly, bi-weekly with each other and addressing situations that are beginning to pop up. If I say, what I've noticed, the drivers are doing this, not all of them, but there's a consistent number of them doing this. This is a violation of policy. What are you guys doing about that? What are we going to agree to do about that? Because all I need is one supervisor not doing it, right? Not backing up everybody else. And it undermines, because then all of a sudden I become the jerk supervisor that's holding people accountable.
Right.
And everybody else, they go, because when you hear, so Richard's working. Oh, man, he's great. I like working for Richard, which is code for what?
He lets me do what I want.
Right. Richard's not going to hold me accountable. And then they go, Joe's working today, or Kim's working today, or who's working today? Oh, man, I don't like her. Yeah, what does that mean? She holds me accountable. Right? And that should never happen. Because if that's happening, we're undermining each other and our ability to, create a fair, consistent workplace, which it should be, and creating the kind of, teamwork we want. If some people are getting away with stuff, or supervisors are literally not doing their job, which is supervising, so it sort of demoralizes me. Now, I'm not going to be the one supervisor out writing people up or calling them into account when everybody else isn't, or most of it. So this is where supervisors got to they should have a regular meeting as frontline supervisors, the people who work the street and take, watch, manage those drivers. Listen, this is what are you guys doing about this? This is what I'm seeing. Is anybody else seeing this? Is it becoming a widespread issue? What are we going to do to deal with it? This is what policy says, right? So that way there's a consistent approach. I don't know if you guys have experienced this, but I've experienced it in several organizations I worked at where, some people, they took the job to be a supervisor, but they don't want to supervise. So any comments on that, Ben?
None that qualify in the transit world. I'm new in these parts, so I've seen that plenty of times in other places, but not with buses involved.
Okay. So we just didn't make, and the other thing the supervisor needs to be is flexible. We need to be flexible with people and ideas. I know there are rules to follow. We do our best to follow them, but we also look at mitigating circumstances, right? Sometimes there are circumstances that mitigate things. We just need to be able to document that. This is why this occurred. We've got to, how do we make sure it doesn't happen again? But we need to have a certain amount of flexibility because, this job is challenging. There are lots of issues that arise, so if something occurs, I want to be consistent, but I also have to be able to look and be flexible with my employees in the situation and try to come up with creative ways for solving them. Always remember the person with the most flexibility in the situation has the most power in a situation. When we're rigid, it's really hard to have the power because the more flexible we are, the more options we have available to us. So being flexible in situations gives us a lot more power. The supervisors I've worked for were able to make decisions in real time and think them through and go, okay, yeah, this is what should have happened. This is what did happen. What are the mitigating factors here? What do we need to do to fix that? They were fluid enough and flexible enough that they, in real time, they can make some really competent decisions. The flexibility is a key component. Knowing that if I make a decision that maybe upper management doesn't agree with, I'm still going to be able to explain my case, or I'm going to get the support I need, knowing the kind of supervisor I am. And all of these things together promotes teamwork, everybody working together towards that same mission, which we know what that is, right? Kind of You back?
I think so. Go for it.
Okay. Well, we're at 2 o'clock, so I'm going to give you a 2-minute break, and then we'll wind up. So we're kind of right at the perfect place.
All right. See y'all in about 10 minutes then.
You the bestest. All right, you got your hat on now.
I'll take it off so you guys can be blinded by the glare.
Thought you're just getting ready to hit the door, man. It's cool. I just noticed there's like okay, that's like, there's like an arrow in my picture. What is that? Like a little, like a crater.
That arrow is to invert your picture.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I wonder what that was.
Just click on it. You'll see on the right will be on the left, and everything's on the left will be on the right.
It's not. I guess it won't let me do it. It's not highlighted to let me do it. Because I tried. I can do it to Ben's. Oh, I see what it does.
Yeah.
It moves. I can start to see everybody else.
Oh, you're talking about that arrow?
Yeah.
Oh, that's just to slide down and see all the other people in.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay.
I thought you're talking about the arrow on your own picture.
No, yeah, it's like, I see what it is now. Like, I just tried it, so it moved, slid everybody down one.
Yeah. So
Bill, you're actually in the worst spot because you don't actually get to see the program how it normally looks since you're presenting.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it's extra confusing.
Right.
It completely changes everything once you switch to share something on your end.
Okay.
But on that end, I think we're probably about right. I see Tim and C. Let's see. I think we're probably good to go, unless somebody can't raise their hands because they're not at their desk. So let's just go, I think. David.
Okay.
Thanks, David.
Okay, so I'm going to get through this because I want to kind of give you an assignment for the end of the day. Being organized as a frontline supervisor is critical. You know, for me, being organized means knowing all the policies, procedures, rules of the organization, all the union contracts of everybody I supervise. I want to know as much as I can know. For me, every time I went to supervise a new group of people, if they were part of a different union or bargaining unit, I would have their contract. I would know that contract inside and out. I would know it as well as any one of their union representatives. So I knew what I could and could not do. I would know what my parameters were, what were the expectations of them. I knew all the policies and procedures. So if somebody was violating a rule or a policy, I could point that out to them. I could give them the pertinent policy. We could discuss it as part of a coaching process. So for me, I had that information readily available to me in hard copy format. Even to this day, with all the technology available, I still like having a binder with that information, and so I can flip readily to it. And I know, so I've got all my stuff organized, whether I'm a trainer or a supervisor, I am supremely organized. So that, because the big piece when it comes to us having to hold people accountable is documentation. So I had everything I needed available to me in one place so that I could always I could perform at my very best. So being organized is a critical component to this. So now it's not letting me move forward, Ben, but with the slide, the presentation.
You probably need to click into the actual slide itself. I think you've maybe you've clicked into WebEx instead of, there you go.
Okay, awesome. So I'll make sure I'm back where I want to be. Okay, there we go. Okay, lead by example. We've talked about this a little bit already. We've got to be a positive role model. The gentleman we talked a little bit earlier, having a positive, optimistic outlook for things is critical. We come in with a great attitude. We're positive. We're optimistic about the job, and what we do every single day. It does bleed over to the people that we supervise every day. I mean, because they can see that we come in with passion and energy, that we're not if we're dragging ourselves in at the last minute every day and just barely making it in, when we lead by example, as trainers and leaders, part of the deal is we are expected to do more and to do better. It's like as a trainer, when I ran the training academy at the college and at the police department, when I ran the criminal justice department or the psychology department, my trainers, my teachers, my staff, if class started at 8 o'clock, right, they needed to be in the door by 7:30. That was, that's the deal. You're accepting more responsibility. You're getting more pay for that. You are leading by example. the trainer, the supervisor can't be wandering in the door right at the bell, not prepared, not organized. So they were told, man, if class is at 8, you're in the door by 7:30, and by 7:45, you are ready to roll. That way, as students can start, because students aren't going to walk in the door right at 8 o'clock. So, the PowerPoint needed to be up, the handouts needed to be done. If it's supervising, I need to know who's on my shift. Is anybody called off sick? Have they done all the, I need to have that all in place. And I got to come in with a great attitude every day. No matter how I necessarily feel on any particular day or what's going on in my personal life, I got to leave that behind, and I got to show up as a positive role model in every possible way I can, because they're your employees, the people you're supervising, your teams, they're keen off of you. You have to lead by example. And another piece of that comes with controlling our emotional states. When an employee is disrespectful, when they don't communicate so well, when they're not doing what's expected of them, before we have a conversation with them, before we deal with the situation, we got to get our emotional intelligence in place and control our emotional states so that we're communicating in the clearest, most empathetic, and professional way we can, so that we're relaying the information that needs to be relayed, we're giving them the feedback they need to get, but it's done in a non-personal, non-emotional way. And this is what was alluded to earlier in one of our conversations. Emotional intelligence is critical, and we're going to talk a little bit about that tomorrow. I had done some work with another transit organization in a large city where they had a professional sports team, and on this particular day, there was a game in town. They had a lot of guests from out of town, and they're at the end of the game, they're all standing at a bus stop waiting for the bus to come and pick them up, take them, to where their cars are. So the supervisor is sitting in her van at this stop, just doing a routine check, showing up at the stop, and the bus drives right by the stop and leaves all these people standing there. And so they all look at her because they can see she's in a supervisor van. So she gets on the radio and calls this employee. He refuses to answer the radio, does not ever answer her. He drives the bus back to the bus barn. So she calls another bus to come and make the pickup. She now is embarrassed and a little upset by the fact that he kind of fronted her out in front of these people. He refused to communicate with her on the radio. So she shows up at the bus barn, and she's emotionally out of control now. She's frustrated, she's angry, she's a little embarrassed. So she kind of barks some orders at him, yells at him a little bit, and hands him some discipline. He then begins to break down and cry, and she takes the discipline back. So in a space of a couple minutes, she went from angry, right, to him crying, to her feeling sorry for him and taking the discipline back. Just think about that whole process. To some degree, was she probably manipulated by this employee? The other thing I want you to think about is, was there any necessity for her to issue discipline on the spot immediately, or was that more about her satisfying her emotional ego state at that moment?
That is exactly how you chew out somebody for an hour and a half for a mistake they didn't make on their day off.
Right, and totally emotionally, so there's no self-awareness. I got to know, so we'll talk about how to control our emotional states, because I know employees, customers, supervisors, your supervisors, they can get under our skin, and they can push our buttons emotionally and get us to say and do things we don't really want to say or do, that we didn't intend to say or do, but it can happen. So we're going to talk about some tools for managing those emotional states, so that we don't say and do things that we cannot defend, right? Making better decisions based on facts that are at hand at the time, stepping back away, maybe being empathetic with the employee, trying to understand their perspective. We get the whole picture before we make any real decisions about what's going to happen. Because most of the time, there's really no necessity for something to happen immediately. We usually have some time to make decisions about whether discipline is going to be meted out, or whether this requires coaching, but we cannot let our emotions run roughshod over us, because if they do, we are going to say and do things that we are going to regret, when if we would have just given ourselves a few moments and used some of the tools we're going to talk about tomorrow, we could have maintained emotional equilibrium and then made a much better decision for the employee, for ourselves, and for the organization. So we can't let our emotions kind of run away with us. It is easy to do, and we've all done that. And a lot of times it's not even necessarily what the employee did. Maybe there's a lot of energy we're carrying from other experiences throughout the day, and this is just the final one. This thing, it's the straw that breaks the camel's back for us, and now we're kind of off the reservation. So controlling ourselves emotionally is critical. Does anybody want to comment on that, or should I go ahead and move forward?
Go ahead, Cynthia. We can't hear you at this moment.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Oh, I just wanted to apologize to David Aller. You know, I fired him earlier. I was kind of emotional. I'll keep you on another day. I'm sorry.
So you get a reprieve, Dave.
Yeah, but I was fired on a text.
I have a feeling she fires him every day, and he keeps coming back.
I do. Trying to get rid of him.
One day she's going to fire me, and I'm still going to be here.
She's going to say, I meant it that time.
Yeah. Did you get the memo, Dave? You don't.
Hey, I'm going to wait for the pink paper.
Wise decision. Looks like Gabriel's got his hand up now. Gabriel?
Okay.
Hey, Ben, can you save that recording for tomorrow? Because Cynthia's going to fire David after the class is over. He's going to do something again.
We'll have it for posterity. Don't worry.
Thank you.
And then the other thing is we want to empower employees, right? Give them, this is part of being flexible. I want to empower my team to go out and carry forward the mission, and I shouldn't have to be, micromanaging them or over supervising them all the time. I want to empower them to make decisions. Now, with that said, how many employees do you really think want to be empowered?
2%.
A lot of them. Yeah, exactly. A lot of them do not, because it's a nice excuse to say, well, I didn't have the authority to do that, or you guys don't let us do that. That's where part of the training process, part of hiring, part of all of this is letting them know we're going to empower you to make decisions. I mean, my gosh, we're letting them drive around, $1 million buses, right, every day. So we're trusting them with those. We should trust them to make, the basic decisions that occur every day. And give you an example is, I apologize. This several organizations I've been with or worked with where if somebody gets on the bus and is a non-pay or refuses to pay or cannot pay, the driver, will interact with them in one way or another. But then a lot of times, the driver has to call dispatch to get permission for the person to ride without paying. And every single time the driver calls dispatch and says, hey, I have a non-pay, or this guy can't pay, what do you think the dispatch tells them to do? Every time. They tell the driver to let the passenger ride. If that's what the answer is going to be every time, why not just empower the driver to make that decision? Because they're the one that's actually in the seat, dealing with this customer at that moment. They know the realities of the situation. We need to empower them to make some of these decisions. Right? They can't be doing that with everybody, of course, but they shouldn't have to call in every time to the dispatch center or their radio room to get the same answer every time, which is let them ride. They know what the answer is going to be when they ask it, but they're still required to ask before they hit the no pay button or what on their MDT. And that's just a very simple thing. And it's and by making them ask the question in front of the customer, kind of fronts the customer out. It creates a whole extra layer where if we just empower them, we're empowering them this bus, giving them the authority to drive this piece of equipment around. Why don't we empower them to make other decisions in real time? The Hilton hotel chain, depending on which hotel you're at, has empowered all of their employees to make decisions at what most people would consider pretty high levels. If you are staying at one of their high-level hotels, like the Waldorf, every single employee at the Waldorf is empowered to make a $2,000 decision without asking anyone. If a customer complains, the employee can make a decision from the housekeeper to the manager, can make a decision on the spot how to remedy this challenge or this problem with this customer up to $2,000 without asking anybody for permission. So when a customer comes to them with an issue, a problem, a challenge, right now they know they have the power to make a decision up to this limit, which is quite high, right, to solve this problem for the customer right now without asking permission, going through multiple layers of management. Now, the only way that Hilton Chain can do this is what? Hiring the right people, training them well, and then giving them the authority to execute. If they make a mistake, they're going to educate them, they're going to train them, they're going to, hey, this is what could have been done differently, but it's a process. But they know they've got the right people in place so they can trust them to make those kinds of decisions, right? So we got to empower our people. That way I don't have to be over their shoulder all day long watching them. I want to comment on that. I know there's not going to be any $2,000 decisions made on the bus, but
It really depends on how you frame an accident, Bill.
yeah, exactly, right? That could be $100,000 right decision. And then knowledgeable, know everything about, the job that you're doing, the job that the people you're supervising, so that you can, you can train them well, you can supervise them more effectively. But this is where it comes back to, I think what Gabriel was talking about is, empathy, understanding, knowing what they are, listening and learning their job so that you have the knowledge to supervise them effectively. Would that be pretty accurate, Gabriel, would you think? I couldn't hear him, Ben.
I can't hear him either. Gabriel?
He's in his office saying yes several times.
Okay.
It's the little tiny head.
Messing with David. Yes, I agree with you, Bill.
Okay. Just want to make sure I was on the same page with you. And then, as supervisors, we monitor, motivate, and encourage employees, right? We're constantly watching them. We're monitoring them periodically. I think the more frequently we see our employees, the more we're out on the platforms, the more we're stopping at their stops. We're just there all the time. It's not that we're not micromanaging them. We're just there to see if they need anything. Do they need any assistance? One of the things one of your supervisors was talking about the last time we were together is, on a hot day, he'll hop on a bus, and ask a driver if they just need a bottle of water, right? It's just a way for him to engage with them, show them that he appreciates what they're doing. And it's a way to motivate them. And it's a very small thing, right? In his day, he carries a cooler with some water bottles, and he'll pop on the bus and say, hey, how things going? You need anything from me? Would you like a bottle of water? I know it's a hot day out there. And so, we're monitoring them. We're motivating them, encouraging them to grow with the organization. And this goes back to seeing this as a career and not a job, right? We're getting them to grow with the organization. So we're coaching them and giving them encouragement to move further in the organization, become supervisors, become trainers, become, some of the coaches training the other drivers on the buses. So we're constantly doing this. And the more they see us, the more trust, more transparency we're building. And it's not just they're seeing us when we're disciplining them. We're just there whenever they need us, and we're acknowledging when they do great work. This is what really good leaders do at the ground level. And I don't know if there's some special things that you guys do to do this, but the more I would just be there for my team, whatever job I was doing supervising, the more They got used to seeing me. I wasn't there to check up on them or to see if they were doing anything wrong. I was there, hey, need anything? Is there anything I can do for you? You know, whatever. They knew that and they could trust me to have their back. And at the same time, I was doing my job, which is supervising. And then we got to give people reward and recognition. And I think it should be done in a lot of informal ways and in formal ways. You know, research shows that giving people certificates, patches, pins, acknowledgement in the newsletter, putting it up in the break room where, we acknowledge all the kind of cool stuff our drivers do every day. Our operators do stuff every day when they serve the public that a lot of times we're not even aware of. I've seen drivers give people the coat off their back, provide them with money, buy them lunch. I've watched drivers talk people off of jumping off of bridges, all kinds of just amazing stuff. And a lot of that gets lost in the cracks. And we tend to only focus on people when they make mistakes. We need to be catching our people doing great stuff and giving them acknowledgement and recognition for that in formal and informal ways. Just catching them doing stuff and thanking them for showing up and doing a great job, for being the kind of employee that they are, for bringing their energy, their passion, their optimism to work every day. And then when they really do stuff that, if I see somebody every day showing up and doing the bulwark of this job, it doesn't have to be anything gigantic. There's a philosophy that the Japanese use. It's called Kaizen, which literally translated means constant and never-ending improvement. We should be trying to incrementally always be pushing the envelope just a little bit. We don't need gigantic changes. We need small incremental improvements every day. And we get that by recognizing people just doing the simple things and doing them well. We don't need to do extraordinary things. We need to do ordinary things extraordinarily well. By doing ordinary things extraordinarily well, that's what makes the organization great. And all boats rise when we're all doing this all the time. But the research shows that giving people patches for their uniform, pins for their uniform, things like that acknowledges the sacrifice, the number of years they've been here, they've got no customer complaints, they've got accident-free driving, all that stuff. People can say it doesn't mean anything to them, but research is definitive on this. It absolutely does improve performance. The one thing that actually makes performance go down is giving people financial reward for performance. Research is definitive on this. When we give people bonuses and more money for doing better, it actually retards growth and it actually inhibits performance. But giving them small acknowledgments in the forms of patches, pins, just pats on the back, thanking them for jobs well done, that increases performance exponentially. And there's just no question about this anymore. The research is definitive, right? And we all want money, we all like money, we all need money to survive, and then we all want more of it. But it's not the end-all, be-all of getting people to perform. It's a piece of it. We all come to work because we need to pay our bills and live the kind of life we want to live. But being recognized authentically, genuinely, sincerely by our organization, our peers, and our supervisors, it makes us feel good and it makes us do better. And the research is really clear on that. Anybody any comments on those things? We good? Okay, so here's what I want to do. In the next 15 minutes or so, I want everybody to kind of think about this, and I want you to chime in. And if Ben has to go through the list, we will. Whatever we got to do. I want you to think real quickly. What are the biggest challenges in your mind facing WeGo? Okay, so what are the biggest challenges right now facing WeGo? If we were to prioritize these in a list of maybe the top 5, because anytime we're addressing, we want to make change and we want to move the organization, we can only tackle 1, 2, 3 things at a time. Any more than that becomes too much. But let's prioritize what you guys think are the the biggest challenges facing WeGo as you move forward to start to change the culture. What are those things? And we'll Too bad Ben doesn't have his whiteboard to list them, so I'll try to make the list and we'll go back.
I might be able to cheat, actually, Bill. I'm going to see what I can do to steal this from you, so I'm going to take over your presentation.
Okay, because that's the last slide for me, so
Okay.
yeah, that's fine.
All right. I don't know if this will be quite as interactive as last time, but at least we can get something.
Okay.
Second here.
So thinking about all the things that we've talked about today, transparency, communication, supervising people, documentation. What if we were to list these things? What would we agree as a group are probably the top, 1 to 5 things that we need to address? And then once we get those 5 things, we'll try to prioritize them in the order that would make sense. And by knocking down the biggest targets first, we tend to take care of a lot of the smaller things. We hit the big targets. A lot of times in organizations and in our personal life, we tend to deal with the little stuff and we leave the big stuff undone. So people make a list of all the things they want to do and they get 20 things done, but none of them are really of any consequence. What are the big things that we can identify as targets and begin to work on? Because tonight, I want you thinking about what we can do to start working on these challenges. So what do we think the challenges are?
Looks like Tim and Mornay both already have their hands up. So let's start with Tim, I think.
I would have to say accountability.
Okay.
And everybody just being on the same page as far as foremans and supervisors.
So like accountability and consistency?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Monet.
Mine will be trust in a downward direction.
So by downward direction, do you mean
trusting the people below them?
Okay, so I mean so basically what you're saying is those frontline supervisors trusting their employees beneath them.
Yes, and also senior managers trusting the supervisors, trusting the
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, trust down. Okay.
Richard Roberts, go ahead.
That trust can go up and down.
Right.
Sincerity and empathy to the lower management, middle management.
I got the empathy. What was the other one? Sincerity. Gotcha. Okay. So knowing that when they are empathetic, we know that they're being sincere about that.
Wayne, do you have another one, or do you need to put your hand down? Tim, do you have another one you would like to add?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. I just didn't want to miss you. Go ahead and put your hand down if you can. All right, go ahead, Miss Cynthia.
Communication.
Okay, so under communication, we're gonna talk about that a lot tomorrow. What would be the sort of the subheadings under that? What is the clarity of communication, more communication? What would you say?
Yes, clarity, communication. When we see it a lot, decisions are made higher up, but they're not filtered down.
Okay.
And so they start doing. They're saying we're doing this, but they don't let us know so we can implement it.
Okay. So sort of a decision is made in a vacuum, and they don't share any of that with you guys.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Cynthia. Go ahead, Kim.
I would say appreciation to the employees.
So giving them the appreciation and acknowledgement. Now, so with that in mind, tomorrow, can you think about some ways that can be done in a more consistent fashion so that we're making sure we're not missing people. Because I think I truly believe that this is a big deal. When people feel like they're not appreciated or acknowledged for the work they do, I think it does begin to impact the quality of the work they do.
You want me to start calling
That's
people
fine.
out?
Spirit doesn't move them, you can.
Ebony, you've been quiet. Keith Jones, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on the praise and appreciation for employees. And just want to say that, when you do a good job of that and employees feel valued, it helps them hit like the targets and the stats that we're trying to hit, like our key performance metrics. So That's always one thing in my career that I've found to be helpful. And, just like I said, bringing up employee morale kind of helps you maintain those on-time performance goals or service level goals that we're trying to hit.
Okay. And so what you do, if you would do the same thing, think about some ways realistically that you can do that. I mean, so I know it can be done informally. You as a supervisor can just thank them for that kind of level of performance. But is there a way that it can be codified where, maybe you thank them, but then maybe they get some other things? One of the places I work with, one of the city schools that I work with, I mean, they literally at one point, depending on the level you're at, I mean, they have these, it's almost like a stadium jacket. You know what I'm talking about? Like an old, like a high school football jacket, leather sleeves with the wool jacket. I mean, you can literally achieve one of these things, and this is a very expensive piece of a thing, but it's over time, depending on what gets done, it almost sets like targets for them, where they get this acknowledgement. Of course, it's got the company logo and the name on it, but and people really value these things. It's kind of cool. I go in and train them, and the ones who have these jackets or these other things they've achieved as signs of acknowledgement of the sacrifices they've made and the level of work they've done, they're really proud of them. It's pretty cool. Whoever you choose next, Felicia.
Bernard, all day. Would you like to share?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes.
We can.
I think one of the things we need to work on is the morale of the employees.
Okay, so and what are some of the ways you think that we could do that? Would acknowledgement and appreciation be part of that, or so? What are some of the elements that would go into building that morale?
I think that would be a major contribution to it, but also it would help for them to understand as well how their position here integrates with the whole system altogether.
So kind of knowing that the role they play makes a difference in how the organization runs effectively.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay.
Timothy Freeman, you were a driver at one time and have switched over into a new role. What do you think?
Can you hear me? Hello?
We can.
Hello? Oh, okay. Didn't know if you could hear me or not.
Yep.
I think incentives is a major thing. And I heard Keith Jones talking about it as well, just having some kind of way to incentives. One of the things that I was suggesting to try to do is something like, even if it was some type of gift card, to say, hey, we appreciate you for going over and beyond, or something like that.
Okay. Right. So once again, and I think all those things feed into kind of what Bernard was talking about, which is morale. Does anybody have anything else they want to share?
Anyone else want to share?
Okay, so looking at this list that Ben has created for us, accountability, trust, sincerity, communication, and morale. If we were to identify 5 is too many to attack at one time. Now, morale and communication are big topics. Those are like broad, okay? And I think these other 3 things feed into those too. So if morale is something we want to improve, so if we were to identify sort of the top 3 things, so let's say what would you guys agree on are the top 3 things we should be addressing? Because it could be if we improve accountability and consistency, if we build better trust, and we show sincere and empathetic appreciation, do you think those are going to meet those things? In my mind, if we're doing those well, I think those would automatically begin to improve morale. I mean, would everybody agree with that or not agree with that? I guess anybody who doesn't agree with that, share with me, what you think and why those things wouldn't be So are those the top 3 things we want to deal with, or do we want to move communication? So accountability, consistency, trust, sincerity, or communication replace one of those 3? I mean, it's a big topic, but it's always a big piece of every organization's challenges. How we communicate with each other, how we communicate the mission, how we ask people to do the job, all of those things, clarity, making sure the decisions aren't made in a vacuum, those kinds of things. So if we were to identify the top 3, what would you say they are? Of the 4, since we're going to put morale in its own category all by itself, because that's just huge. It's its own. There's so many pieces to that. So of the 4, what 3 would we want to tackle? So which one do we want to put in order? And which is number 1? What would you guys agree to?
Well, Kim, you had her hand up.
At first, he started out asking a question about do we think that morale or appreciation of employees factor into the 1, 2, and 3? And I was going to say I don't think it does, because I've had managers they've been consistent, and then they trust in our work or my work, and then they also showed number 3, but at the same time there wasn't still an appreciation of getting the job done. It's just automatic expected of you, and they trusted we would get the job done, but it was still no appreciation shown after the fact. But then he changed it and said that morale and appreciation would be its own category. So that's why I put my hand down.
So if you were to identify, so would you agree that morale is a big issue with the organization?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So let's say that's the biggest. If we change morale, a lot of the other things change with it, right? I mean, I would think if people are, they have great attitudes towards coming into work, and they feel that they're valued here, those things would begin to impact. I think those are all morale boosting things that would begin to impact quality of work. So if we were to tackle, 1, 2, 3 things in some kind of an order, what do you guys think we should be trying to hit? Because the goal would be, once we identify 2 or 3 of these things, then we need to start breaking them down into behaviors. What action steps can we begin to take to impact morale by doing very specific things? Because we can talk about these in very broad categories, right? Accountability. Okay, what does that mean, and how do we get accountability? Right? Consistency. What does that mean? What's our percentage we're trying to hit? How do we get that consistency? And discipline. What are our metrics for measuring? Trust. What does the word trust mean? The word trust to one person may mean something entirely different to another. So when we're talking about trust and this downward, and like Mornay said, it can go up and down. It should be going up and down the chain. What steps do we take as an individual frontline supervisor to begin to build that trust? Because ultimately what I'm trying to get to is kind of what Gandhi said, is we need to be the change that we want to see in everybody else. We need to become the change we want to see in the world. So my goal is, once we identify these three, I want you guys to think about tonight, what action steps can I take or we take as individuals in the organization to achieve these things or start moving the organization in that way?
Your hand.
If I had to put it in mine, I would go ahead and do morale, communications, and then accountability.
Okay.
Because I think that if you work on boosting morale, one of the things that's going to come from that is you're end up going to have to use communications anyway to try and get that accomplished.
Right.
But two, if you get morale boosted, you're going to get more empathy and sympathy or sincerity from up and down the chain. And I think that communication will help boost that morale, making sure that everything is decided on how it's going to manage, who's going to manage it, and all that kind of stuff. It all comes through communication, which leads into building the trust in the people that you're putting in positions to do these things, as well as going up and down the chain. Then it becomes accountability, because holding everybody accountable for their own actions. If you're going to be the person that's going to bring down morale, we need to point that out to you, because it's causing a major issue or problem with the organization.
Right.
Then that's making sure everything's consistent. That's a part of the accountability, because if you make it consistent, it's going to help and circle back to boost morale, which will help to increase communications between all the silos and help break them down.
Right.
So that's how I would see the top three.
And see, this is the difficult part, right? It's sometimes hard to pull these things apart because they all touch on each other, don't they? I mean, none of them exist in a vacuum. So we affect morale. That's communication affects morale. Morale affects accountability. I mean, they all affect each other. So does anybody disagree with Dave's top three or the order in which he has them? I mean, or would you see it completely differently than that?
Ebony, I go up.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly what David said. So I agree. I think that morale should be number one, because if we're working on boosting employee morale, it can encompass so many things, like being transparent, right? Of course, that's communicating. Boosting employee morale could be us enhancing the tools or resources that we use, such as Trapeze. I know that I've worked with David in the past with our complaint system. And so just collaboration on working on a couple of things too. So yeah, I would agree with morale being first.
Okay. So here's what so if we'll take these three things just tonight, just jot down some ideas. How can we, as a group of frontline supervisors and individuals, begin to impact morale in a positive way? How can we communicate more effectively? to help impact morale. Because since morale, we're going to identify morale as our number one thing. The other two underneath of it kind of help support that. So how can we, as a group and individuals, impact morale in a positive way? What steps can we take? Because you've got to translate everything into action. What steps can I take? What can I do to begin to impact these things? How can I communicate more effectively? And then, I think if you're building great morale and you're communicating effectively, accountability becomes less of an issue because people are doing what they're expected to do. And you're going to always have to hold as a supervisor, we're making sure people are doing their jobs, but you're going to have to do less of that because people are wanting to do their jobs. So accountability is going to be so much less of an issue. And when it does arise, you're going to be able to manage it because it's going to be much less frequent than it was in the past. So they all kind of touch each other. That's the tough thing about any of this stuff. When you try to pull it apart, you realize, well, wait a minute, this touches this and this touches this and this impacts that. But at some level, you got to pull it apart into its pieces and then break it down into finite action steps. So tonight, think about those three things. What can we do? And then tomorrow we're going to come back and discuss those, and then we're going to move into communication, how to communicate as a supervisor more effectively to get more buy-in, more cooperation, more transparency with the people we supervise every day, and hopefully the people who supervise us. So as we move up the chain, we can start to break down some of those silos and barriers. And as we move down the chain, we're translating more clearly because you and I, as the supervisors, are sort of the conduit between what they want done and what the folks on the ground are doing. So just think about that tonight, and tomorrow we'll get back together and we'll talk about that, and then we'll move into communication. So unless anybody has something, I'm done for the day. Have a great evening, everyone.
Bye.
See you guys.
Bye, everybody. You should have links already for tomorrow morning. If you don't, I'll bring you in manually to get the class running, so don't worry about any technical issues. We'll get that all buttoned up in the morning if you have them. So.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you sending that to our email addresses?
Yeah, I can email that stuff out. Do you mean the link or do you mean this document?
Either way.
I'm sorry?
Either way.
Oh, either way. Yeah, I can share this document with you guys today. I'll email it out, and then you should have links already for tomorrow morning's class. If you don't, I'll invite you manually in the morning. It's not a big deal.
No problem.
Ben, if you stay on
Thanks, Ben.
for a few more minutes.
Yeah.
Everyone have a wonderful rest of the day and be safe.
See you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
So Bernard, you will hit Bernard and Tim, you hit at the bottom you should see a red X at the bottom of your screen. And then leave the meeting. That's how you get out. Awesome. Timmy Freeman and Chelsea, are y'all on phones? I wonder if that one's open for Chelsea. Because she had two, didn't she?
I'm not positive. Let's see here. Change role to. We'll do this the hard way. Attendee. Goodbye, Mr. Freeman. Thanks for joining.
No, put him out the door. He ain't got to go home. You got to get out of here.
Here. Okay. I think we're.
Kim said her mic wasn't working. How do you think it went today?
I thought it went pretty well, all things considered, especially with mic problems and hand phrasing. I thought they did a much better job than, in particular, our last class. I really wish we could have done the whiteboard again like we did in that previous one, but now we know if we have them record, I don't know if they can turn it on, but apparently they have the option turned off. This might actually be WebEx meetings that we're in. I'm not positive it's a paid version for sure because they've got stuff turned off.
I think the Word document towards the end was a good move.
Yeah. I mean, just because, I don't know. Maybe there's better ways I can use it again tomorrow to try and kind of like put notes up on the board. But yeah, I wish I had known in advance that it was so simple to just turn that off before this because I would ask them to turn it on. But live and learn. So it went a lot better than I thought. I thought this was going to be an on-fire disaster this morning when they let us know that they were going to update it at midnight on Saturday. I had no time with it. I don't know if you looked at that email, but it actually had all the changes.
Yeah, I got it.
And I was like, and I actually took my work phone away Thursday night when I was eating dinner. She was like, not on my time. And I was like, okay, you're right. I'll complain about this in the morning.
It went well. I think it went well. Any advice?
I mean, off the top of my head, do you have any? Kim, hopefully you think so too, even though you can't apparently respond to us. Great. No news is good news, right? We're both getting promotions.
No news
right?
is good news. So the Q&A does not work in this particular model because it's recording?
No, it's because they're all presenters because we have their cameras turned on. And so Q&A only works from attendee to presenter.
Gotcha.
So if we demote them, it'll start functioning. But since there's no attendee to message, there's no way for a presenter to message back. And presenters can only respond. They can't start a conversation.
Gotcha. I think we kept good order today.
People were not talking
over each other. Go up.
Yeah, like hands went up. I wasn't chasing mics all day like I was last time. We had some audio stuff, but it usually got fixed. And probably the worst technical part was Bill's lag, and there's nothing we can do about that. That's just where he is.
Yeah, no, we can do that.
So, I mean,
yeah,
honestly, a lot better than I expected coming in this morning at 7-something, to be completely honest.
Yeah, that means tomorrow will be better.
Yes.
All is well then. Okay. I'll close this WebEx and add us to a new one. Okay, she said close this one and add them to a new one.
Okay. All right.
I guess you...
Give me a second. I'll get invites out. Man, I hope just stopping this recorder is the way to go. We're about to find out.
Okay. Want me to X out?
Yes, ma'am.